Prices to be offered were considered generous based on the economic times. 70 days of racing were proposed with a minimum purse of $400. 14 early closing events with 2 attracting top purses of $3,500. On the evening of Saturday, September 1st, 1962, history was made as an enormous crowd assembled for the 8 o'clock first post. It was the dawning of a new era in Canadian harness racing, as racing under lights was now legal. A packed grandstand looked on as starter Tom McDonnell sent away a field of 8 pacers in the first race. With a purse of $400, the winner was 8-year-old Bud Castleton, stopping the brand new timer in 2:12.1. The winning driver was Wes Koch from Petrolia, Ontario, who had just turned 19 a month previous. Co-owner Bill Companion was on hand for the Winner's Circle presentation, hosted by Raceway Chief James Baskin. The Raceway's finest evening that year was on September 15th, when nearly $94,000 was wagered, and a new track record for 3-year-olds of 2:05 was set by Northwood Alex in the Hastings County Stake.
I was out on the canal one day and I thought, this is looking around, I thought this would be a great place to have a horse race, because I met with the head of the National Capital Commission, and he said, we're going to start a program next year and it's going to be called Winterlude, and it might tie in. And so 3 weeks later he wrote a letter to me and said, we've never allowed horses on the canal before. We'd like to have you participate in your program. And it took a year to put it together, and we did it. 40,000 people showed up in a driving snowstorm. It's always been referred to as an iconic day in the history of Canadian harness racing.
They're up and facing into the early lead. That's Wilco's Comet. Wilco's Comet the first to show. Fourth, Windy Playboy is fifth. And ace to face on the lead. It's still Wilco's Comet driving at him. High class Minbar. Gold Talent is third in the drive for the wire. Wilco's Comet. High class Minbar trying to get to him. Gold Talent third. Wilco's Comet is 56th flat. A new track record. Say Supreme Jade at the rail. Supreme Jade on closing on the outside. Advance attack in the drive for the wire. Supreme Jade.
Rideau Carleton, full moon rising usually indicates something ominous, but not this night, as the 3-year-old pacing fillies division were each won by the favorites. Dallas Princess in 1:58-2 for Carmen High, charging up on the outside. And Misty Silver easily in 1:59-1 with Bud Fritz driving for Eugene Forbes.
Off that final turn they come, on the lead as they turn for home. That's Betrayal. Down the stretch they come. Betrayal has the lead. Right alongside Johnny A. Heritage in the drive for the wire. Betrayal, Johnny A. Heritage, illustrious big guy. Johnny A. and Betrayal, Johnny A. Heritage.
Cam Feller raced here, who was, in my opinion, the greatest harness horse of all time. He raced here. He was win number 13 of 28 in a row. The biggest crowd ever in the history of Rideau, over 10,000 people, and bet 440,000 on track. Like there was, the place was unbelievable. And the food, the night, the ambiance, everything was fantastic. It was the best overall night ever, and of course Cam Feller won the race.
They got to catch a pacing machine. Cam Feller at the rail. Supreme Jade on the outside. Cam Feller and Supreme Jade with perfect out. Cam Feller, Supreme Jade. Cam Feller in front.
Approaching 3/4 and driving up on the outside now to challenge as they move down the backstretch. Part of the entry, Day in a Life, clears by 3/4 of a length towards the rail. That is Red Bow Tie. And locked in with nowhere to go, that's Noble Ability. In between pacers shaking loose, Bosun's Mate has found some racing room. 3/4, 122 flat on the final turn. Day in the Life is open to 2.5 lengths. Up in the far outside part of the entry, Bosun's Mate trying to get there with him. Down on the inside, Red Bow Tie clinging third. Up the rail in fourth, Noble Ability, and they straighten out for home. Through the lane, Day in the Life opening up by 4. Bosun's Mate far outside. Red Bow Tie's found a little bit more. The Catman sneaks through with Noble Ability. Here's the finish. Here's the wire. Day in a Life, 1:49-4. Track record. Here they are.
Carleton Raceway, it's his third winner of the night, but 1:49-4 is something that he'll remember for a long, long time with Day in a Life. And let's not forget to congratulate Mark Stacey. Mark Stacey is the one that broke and trained this colt, and he made his first steps here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. His first 2 lifetime races were here, and it's great to see him win the Des Smith. Chris Christoforou, winning driver. Let's have a round of applause for Chris. Brilliant drive, 1:49-4, world record on a 5/8 track.
And it's $1 Million Cell. Darrell Colville now swinging to the outside. Could win number 6,500 be that close? Here they are. It is Beastie Royal, $1 Million Cell, $1 Million Cell reaching up, 6,500 career wins for Colville. Shows the way. Pressured on the outside by Dalhousie Dave, and down at the rail, Legal Litigator. Second over on the cover for Alexi Matosi. Third over for Art Professor now is on the way for Jameson. Excess cover for Anderlecht now, who's on the move. A ground-saving trip for Lucky Man. It's back there to Gotcha Covered and trailing the field, straight shooting. But Liz again is opened up by about 2.5. 121 to the 3/4. Liz again, a 3-length lead. Closest one to him is Legal Litigator. Now coming up on the far outside, Art Professor is shaken loose for Jameson. There's less than 1/8 of a mile to go in the Des Smith. It is Liz again trying to hang on. Art Professor is putting on the pressure. They're down to the final strides in the Des. It's Liz again and Art Professor down to the wire. Liz again in a new Canadian record, 149-2.
So do you guys remember when the announcement came down that horse racing was being canceled, the Slots of Racetracks program in 2012? Duncan made the announcement. We were sitting in the room together, and I know my stomach just dropped right out of me. Remember that, Jean?
Yeah, and it reminded me that we had the same thing in Quebec, so I wasn't too happy about it.
Yeah, the one thing I remember was one thing went through my mind, and that was it's over. And I remember Pete looking at me and saying, "You're right, Richard, it's over."
And I said, "It's not over."
Andy's Unreal has been sent on a gate-to-wire mission on the outside. Hello everyone, my name is John McMillan. I'm taking a look at the second program of the year. But Onyx VA and Stefan Brasso have the racetrack all to themselves. Everyone, I'm John McMillan, taking a look at how things went on last Sunday's program.
On the day Canada crossed the threshold of 100 coronavirus cases, Ottawa was explicit for the first time about what researchers say could be on the way.
Are you planning the worst?
Absolutely.
Alarming levels of inaction.
And so for the first time, these words from the WHO, the coronavirus is officially a pandemic.
Julie, thank you. Also breaking tonight, the NBA suspending its season after a player on the Utah Jazz tests positive for the virus. Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban reacting to the stunner along with the rest of the league and its fans tonight. The Utah-Oklahoma City game was postponed right before tip-off tonight after that player tested positive, sending a packed arena home.
Pete, are we still racing? Dylan, we just got off the phone with Ontario Racing, and in line with the other racetracks across Ontario, we will be suspending our race program effective immediately.
For how long?
I don't know.
Horse racing is making its return to the capital this weekend.
But if you're looking to head to the track to catch the excitement, don't. Live audiences are still not allowed. CTV's Tyler Fleming reports.
The race is on. Coming around the backstretch, jockeying for a win.
It's been a long, hard road.
Horse ownership is expensive, and without racing, there's no paycheck for Gary McDonald.
So not only do I have my own financial burden, I have the burden of 7 horses.
So a win is needed. Horse racing has been given the go-ahead from the province. These qualifying races at the Rideau Carleton Raceway are for Sunday's big return.
And hopefully we draw some nice post positions so we can get into the race and get some of that prize money.
A $65,000 purse to be won in the standard bred races.
So that's with the sulky and the driver versus the jockey on top of the thoroughbred's back.
John McMillan is the director of the National Capital Region Horse Association and says the industry has been hit hard.
Participants in the industry are suffering from financial trouble, so getting them back to work will be a great thing.
Strict sanitary measures have been put in place at the track to protect staff, crew, and jockeys. Racing manager Peter Andrusek says only small groups are allowed in the stables and temperatures are being checked before entering.
They've been developed in conjunction with the guidelines of Ottawa Public Health, the AGCO, and Ontario Racing.
So racing into COVID was surreal. There was no customers in the grandstand, no staff, nothing. In November of 2020, we saw a real unique opportunity. It was American Thanksgiving. A lot of the US tracks hadn't even opened yet. And for a 2-hour period, Rideau Carleton Raceway would be the only track racing for around 2 hours. Huge potential for us, and we certainly saw it. That Wednesday night, we have a major snowstorm. Unbelievable. And I remember sitting with Jeff Taylor, our track manager, and basically telling him, whatever it takes, we have to race. And he had an unlimited budget, and at the end of the day, he and his men got the job done. Then the fog rolls in. And the fog was so thick, forget about the backstretch, you couldn't even see the finish line. And I'm sitting there thinking, wow, what a lost opportunity. Yet, as the races started, the tote boards started blowing up. Numbers unheard of for a track our size. And I remember it was around race 6, and I got a text from Glenn Pearson, who was the general manager at the time, who held the old records, which was, I believe, about 440,000. And he said to me, congratulations, you finally broke the record 35 years later. And that's when it kind of dawned on me that, wow, this is something special. By the end of the night, we bet over 750,000, I believe. And what was so shocking about that is that there was not one patron in the grandstand to witness it. COVID.
Yeah, we got a big loss. Rideau Carleton, Mr. Armstrong. He's been good to me over the years. I've been here for my whole life. I just got back, but he always helped me out.
Warren Armstrong was not only the most passionate racetrack operator that I've ever come in contact with, but he wanted every person that came to Rideau Carleton to have a tremendous experience, whether it was a horse person, a race fan, or just a general passerby. He wanted them to have a great time, and that's what they did under his management. 1 week ago tonight, the entire racing community and everybody at Rideau Carleton was saddened to learn of the passing of Mr. Warren Armstrong, one of the builders and the inspiration here at Rideau Carleton Raceway, the owner of this racetrack for almost 60 years. Tonight we are celebrating his life with a video tribute followed by a minute of silence.
The fire services had to utilize a excavator there to actually bring down the roof, and that was necessary in order to put out the flames.
Yeah. So, do you mind just like what's going through your mind at that time? Like, just you're seeing this, you're seeing the blaze.
Well, I've been here for 30 years, and I mean, this industry has dealt with many crises, and I got to tell you, this is the most devastating.
Well, I mean, it's a tremendous sport, and just, you know, I love the game. I love racing, and so many good memories, and just, you know, just what it did in the community here. It was a great entertainment, a great show, great place to go, great place to meet people. Harness horse people are some of the best people in the world, down to earth, salt of the earth people, fantastic people. And just, you know, the people, the camaraderie, those are the things that mean the most to me. People in harness racing are all salt of the earth, friendly, you know, and it was a great game, a great sport, and just a lot of fun to be around.
Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway. This Sunday evening, June 23rd, it's our 23rd race night of the 2024 meet here in the nation's capital. And tonight is a special evening at Rideau Carleton. We're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes. We have one division each of the Sire Stakes Gold for 3-year-old pacing colts and 3-year-old pacing fillies. Those are coming up in race 6 and race 8 On tonight's card, we have a few changes to tell you about, but we hope you're enjoying the celebrations so far. If you're on track, lots of giveaways and draws, cake, $2 hot dogs, and plenty else to accompany the sensational racing we have carded tonight for our 10 live races. The track is fast. Conditions are overcast. A temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds are from the southwest, 13 kilometers an hour, 8 miles per hour. Humidity is at 94%. Taking a look at changes on tonight's program, in race 1, there's a change on the 4, pull your own strings, who goes from blind bridle to blinkers. In race 2, there's no show wagering because 4, La Barbe, is scratched sick. No changes in races 3 or 4. In race 5, scratch the 3, Beast Terrific, injured. In race 6, driver TBA on 7, Crush, Kill, Destroy. Sylvain Filion is off his drives this evening. So in race 7, it's also driver TBA for the 6, Monty's Gone Marble. In race 8, the OSS 3-year-old filly pace, 6, Odds on Platinum, gets a driver change from Sylvain Filion to Stefan Brosseau. No changes in races 9 or 10. That's all we have so far. We will update you as soon as we can on the drivers who will be substituting for Sylvain Filion, not able to drive here in his 3 drives on the card. Hello and welcome to a special evening at Rideau Carleton Raceway. We've got Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Gold, Pacing Colts and Fillies coming here tonight, and some OSS memories and lots of events on track. Whether you're online or here in person, it's a night that you'll want to be a big part of, wagering-wise. It's looking great. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer and handicapper, and I'm joined by my regular co-hosts.
Robbie Robinson, trainer-driver.
Glenn Pearson, track handicapper.
And we're going to get started with a couple of stories. Robbie, you were talking about participating as a driver.
Yeah, I had 2 gold moments here. First was like 1995. It was probably one of the worst nights here for racing weather-wise. Probably down near the 0, pouring rain. Anyways, there was a horse in there named Clever Colleen. A guy named Alvin Hamilton had him. And he had Coke bottle glasses. So he says, I can't drive my horse. I can't see out there. So a couple of horsemen, Brad Maxwell and Frank Conlon, told him to put me down to drive the horse. So I go to get the horse, and I come with my whip, and it was broken. I had tape on it, and he says, you can't use that whip on my horse. And I said, oh, okay. And then he hands me this rawhide. He says, and if you have to hit him early, go ahead. Anyways, I had the 9-hole, got away 3rd or 4th. He said, don't get caught in. I let 2 guys in right away so I could get out. I pulled. They moved right back out. So I ended up going 3 wide around the last turn and got up for 3rd. Rabbi of Racing win it. The track, they were allowing 5 seconds, and they went 55. So it'd be quite equivalent to the track record.
Wow.
And the other one was in 1999. I drove a 2-year-old trotting colt for Jim Massey, a good friend of mine. His son Clayton couldn't be here that night, so I drove him. Anyways, he ends up winning in 2-1. So that was probably the highest paying drive I ever had. I got $800 for driving him. Jim gave me another $300 for a tip. And everybody was mad because I wasn't driving him next week in the final. And I knew that. And I think they went a world record that time horse called Botany Bay won it. And so I couldn't have drove him the next week anyways, because I went to drive in a sire stake in Hanover. My back went out and I never drove for 6 weeks afterwards.
So there's some golden memories of the OSS from Robbie. And Glenn, you had an interesting story too from a different perspective.
Yeah, back in the days when I was in the race office, Apache's Fame raced at Rideau Carleton the Gold. In those days, Rob will remember this, they split. They weren't really gold divisions, they were A divisions. They usually went for between $30,000 and $40,000 anyway. We had 3 or 4 that night, and Apache's Fame had won the North American Cup and won about 4 or 5 in a row. And he drew like, I don't know, 3 or 4. I called the commission, I said, can I bar this horse from the betting? And they said, you can do whatever you want. And I said, okay, he's barred. So everybody was all over me for barring this horse. But he won that night in the track record, which stood for a long, long time here. I think it was 53-1 or something like that. He won by over 20 open lengths. The next horse in the race was timed in 57 apiece, and they bet more money in that race without Apache's Fame than any of the other sire stake races that night. But I was happy Bud Fritz got him, and it was one of the first big miles at Rideau Carleton.
Do you remember probably one of the biggest nights here at Rideau Carleton for performances was the night that
Odie's Fame?
Odie's Fame, winning 52-3, still a track record.
August 1998.
And that night, the same night, Northern Luck went out of the 8-hole. The groom was here all week. He entered the horse. We used to have the slots. You put the slots in. Well, everybody just usually went into the race. Officer called in, and this guy had put it in the slot. So sheet comes out, no Northern Luck.
I remember while I was in the race office, the sheet got stuck in the trough because I opened them all up and I got a witness, a horseman to come in. You know, no Northern Luck. Couldn't believe it. Anyway, turned out the little paper, most people folded, as you remember.
Yeah.
He just put it in there and it got stuck up top. So anyway, we had to put Northern Luck in. But also that night, there was 2 world records at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Apache's Fame set a world record, Odie's Fame for 2-year-old filly pacers, and Red Bow Tie went sub 150 for the first time at Rideau Carleton, and that was a world record for an age gelding, so it was one big night.
But I remember Northern Luck because they just give him the 8-hole then, and everybody go, oh geez, that's not right. But Kevin Wallace was driving him, and he could launch horses out of the 8-hole. When they hit the first turn, he was on top by 5, and he was already over to the rail, and it was game over.
Yeah, great horse.
So we've got some great memories and some new ones to come tonight. Thanks for sharing those stories. Some great history here at Rideau Carleton. Taking a look at the card, we've got those 2 races coming up, but we'll start with race 1. Jesus Murphy Joseph looks to be improving. He was loose laid up the inside path. He's got post 6 here. I like him, but we've got a new arrival too coming in for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, the 2 Sports Hunter, and then 7 Fear the Thunder making his parimutuel debut for you.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. The horse that I really was impressed with last week, and he showed some good miles last year, was Watch of Strike's Fame, and he had a good effort following me. He did good to follow me and hang on for second. I expect, hopefully, maybe he's going to improve off of that. My own horse, the only concern I have is he's been in 2 qualifiers and he's basically been by himself.
Yeah.
He just got lost the last time. I thought he was going to pace maybe 58 and change, but he got tired, I think, of me chasing him. But if he's got horses to chase and in with a bunch of horses, he could step up big time, hopefully.
And what do you think in race 1?
I think Robbie's being modest. I like his horse, the 7. I like DA Captain Obvious, the 3 horse. I like Jesus Mary Joseph. Try and say that fast 3 times. You deserve an award for that one in the race.
Jesus Murphy Joseph, Jesus Murphy Joseph, Jesus Murray Joseph.
Yeah. That's what you say if
Watch
he's
Strike
on the front end and
like
struggling. There we go.
He did race good in the last start and made for big tickets.
So some divided opinions in race 1. And race 3, I made my spot play. The 5, he's got a Vendetta. That's James McDonald coming back with that one. He's got a Vendetta, was second on August 28th, 2022, in his only previous Rideau drive by James McDonald. So there's no Carson Star Choice here, and this one's got a class drop.
Yeah, I agree with that pick as well, and not only that, he's had 2 starts now.
Yeah.
So the horse, you can look back, there was a big gap. So I'm sure the horse was a little short, and I'm sure tonight he's going to be ready. And new owner Aidan Keeley will maybe be in the winner's circle first pitcher as an
luck,
owner.
Aidan.
But I like him. I like the 4 LaBarbe. I'm going to stick with him a little bit as well. Oh, I'm in the wrong race. That was race 2 we skipped over. So I'm back to the 3rd race, sorry. 3 horse, What's in the Esky. I like him a little bit. And horse that I like closing up all the time, racing a little better, finally got a decent position, State News. He could be on the bottom
From
of
the rail.
Yep.
Yeah, I like he's got a vendetta because he, you know, his first start back for Johnny, he was off a long time, and then last time was a very improved effort, and now we got down in class a little bit, and we got the King James McDonald on him, and that's a big time improvement.
Got that combination.
Exactly.
It's gonna be close.
So what about race 5, speaking of James McDonald and John McMillan? Dillon's Bank looks pretty strong here. He wired for James McDonald in their only previous Rideau race together. That was back on July 18th of last year in the preferred handicap. It was a 151 flat mile and a lifetime best.
Not only was it a lifetime best, Robbie, you remember this maybe. I think it might have been the fastest mile in Canada on a 5/8 mile track last year for a while.
Yeah, could have been.
Dillon's Bank. And he's back on him, and I look for the horse to improve. I mean, the horse, I know a little bit about the horse. I think he has allergies in the summertime, so depending on the air quality today.
He's off Lasix again, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure Johnny's scratching his head trying to figure him out this year.
But he wasn't on Lasix when he won that big mile last
That's
year.
true. No, this year, though.
Stonebridge Hermes, I always like that horse
Post
too.
relief for Stonebridge Hermes, the 5.
You know what I mean? Maybe the 6, Robbie, you're driving Rockin' Zeus.
Rockin' Zeus,
I always
yeah,
liked that
he's in my
horse, and
ticket.
If it was 2 years ago, I'd say he's got a big time shot. But Dillon's Bank, he got stretched out pretty good here the other day, and I don't think he's going to get stretched out like that tonight.
I think he's a winner.
Let's take a look to the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold 3-year-old Colt Pace in race 6. Storm Shadow looks really good to me. He's coming in off the North America Cup final, and he was caught inside most of that mile, loose late and flying down the stretch. 26-4 last quarter. He was gaining ground late, and I am taking him seriously.
Yeah, last year he won the super final,
yeah,
win a Breeders' Crown elimination, come back, finish 3rd in the final. He looks like the horse to beat. Trophy taker, since going in the Maneri barn, he has raced really well. If there's any horse that's going to upset him, maybe that horse.
He did upset him there in the first gold leg on May 25th, so could happen again.
Yeah, I'm with you, Robbie. Same 2, 3 and 2. I like Storm Shadow to win a trophy taker. Maybe Wikipedia, Unrivaled Hanover, and War We Lore on the bottom of the ticket. It's a very competitive race.
It is. It's
very,
a
very
big field and well matched.
3 is definitely going to be the favorite.
What about the fillies in race 8, Ontario Sire Stakes Gold, 3-year-old filly Pace? Odds on Platinum, the 6 looks really good here. She was competitive in the Fan Hanover final early on, got covered up, shuffled back, and 3rd over late. Boy, she closed in the co-fastest, or co-3rd fastest, 26-1. Very fast filly.
I like her, but I'm going to go to pass line. Getting James McDonald back, and he made a lot of money with her last year, and her only win this year has been with him. But odds on Platinum can leave the gate really fast, going to get position. I think those are the 2 main threats in this race.
Yeah, I agree with those picks. I'm going to box 4-6, and Doc Moore's got a chance for the double.
Very much.
He could win both Sire Stakes. Sire Stakes should come up with a new bet. Doubles or win 3s, depending on how many divisions.
That would be a great idea. And let's go to race 10, which to me was one of the most exciting races of the card, and it's not even a stake and it's not a preferred, but it's stacked. So 7, Hugh Heff. He crushed here for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer and has 14 wins already this season. The post is not helpful, and he's got to take on the 3 Little Manny, who has James McDonald driving, and that one coming in from Flamborough. back on June 10th. This is his first start since then. He took his lifetime mark here, though.
I can't believe you're going against your top pick from last week in the preferred, Full Horse.
Full Horse was great.
He stretched.
I got him in there too.
He stretched out the light speed really good, and he still come on good in the lane. Like
it was the
I was
fastest
impressed
mile
with
of his
that.
life, 152.2, and I find this race is a race I'd box those three. The 7, the 3, and the 1 is my exactor box in race 10. I can't decide.
Hugh Heff, he was impressive last week.
He's
got
a win machine.
He's got the same position this week.
Bigger
but
race,
I think
bigger field.
if the track is good tonight, he's not going to be able to win going in 55 and 3.
So who are you going with?
I'm going with Full Horse.
Full Horse? Wow,
yeah.
Okay.
He made me a believer last week.
Yeah.
He only finished 4th, but he was a good 4th.
Oh yeah, he was very strong there. Not Little Manny and James McDonald.
He could be close, but I don't know.
I think Shotgun Jerry can upset them.
He's a big part of it, coming down from the preferred handicap.
And this Shantae, maybe, this is a tough race.
Open. Race 10 is very tough. And
Little Manny's in tough tonight, but I mean, I like, the horses on the inside, and of course, it's really going to be determined on the weather. I mean, I think the track's good enough here that if it don't get rain, it's going to be a fast track as long as it dries up a little bit. But I mean, we've had so much rain lately, it's been unbelievable.
But the racing tonight is what's really going to be unbelievable, so we hope you enjoy it, and all the best in all your wagers. Thanks very much to co-hosts Robbie Robinson and Glenn Pearson for the great discussion of the handicapping for tonight's card. Race 1 is coming up in about 8 minutes' time. The track is fast, and in race 1, once again, we just have one change. It's an equipment change for pull your own strings goes blind to blinkers. And if you are playing the early double in race 2 for LaBarbe, is scratched 6, so that may influence your choices. So far, Sports Hunter, the 2, debuting for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon here, coming in from Georgian Downs, is the favorite in race 1, 8-5 at the moment. With so much Ontario Sire Stakes history at Rideau Carleton Raceway, we have a worth remembering suggested by Aidan Keeley coming up later on with some OSS history here, a remarkable mile with visiting driver Tim Tetrick. You'll want to watch that. If you open your program and look to the track records for Rideau Carleton Raceway, our 2-year-old and 3-year-old pacing track records all go to Ontario Sire Stakes history as well. Tonight, in the 3-year-old Colt and Filly Gold Divisions, we could see some challenges to those records. Beaumont Hanover, 150-2, is the Colt track record holder for 3-year-olds. Powerful Chris, 150-2 for the fillies, and for the geldings also 150-2. A 3-year-old mark here for the Pacers, shared by Michael's Power and Win Me Back, all in OSS competition.
You know
We're about 4 minutes away from race 1 post time. And if you're on track, check out the $2 hot dog special tonight. Just $2 for hot dogs here in front of the grandstand, track side. We've got the picnic tables to enjoy them as well. So as many as you like, $2 hot dog special. There's going to be some Ontario Sire Stakes celebration cake coming up a little later on for those of you who stay here at Rideau Carleton to enjoy the card. Be sure to get involved in some draws inside the grandstand on the lower level facing the track as well. Some exciting prizes ranging from dinner for 4 at Woodbine Mohawk Park to some wine glasses with the OSS 50th anniversary logo. So be sure to check those out, and also the giveaways. They've got some great swag in there. All to mark Ontario Sire Stakes 50th anniversary at Rideau Carleton. On tonight's Worth Remembering, it's a memory from Ontario Sire Stakes Gold History at Rideau Carleton Raceway, provided by Aidan Keeley and John McMillan. We take you back to Sunday, October 24th, 2010, and an impressive win by Prodigal Sealster in the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Final for 2-year-old colts and geldings.
Some Mock, some win, striding out to take the early lead. Back there now to Mock of Ballyheel, being followed by Twin Bee Legend and Watermelon Wine. They stack up 7 in a row, halfway up the first turn. Early action here. It's a Bionic Man, Tetrick, pulling out of the pocket with Prodigal Sealster, and it's going to try and take over the lead at an opening quarter in a very pedestrian 28-2. So Prodigal Sealster, Tim Tetrick, not liking the way the fractions were going there, decides to take matters into his own hands. And at 3/8 completion, he's got a length of about two-length lead over Some Mock, Some Win. Now off on a break is Bullet Speed. That bothers Mock of Ballyheel a little bit. Watermelon Wine takes to the outside, but the race leader towards the half is Prodigal Sealster. The half 58-2, 30-second breathers, second quarter panel. Tracking now from the pocket spot is Saint-Pierre with Some Mock, Some Win. Coming up from the backfield, Watermelon Wine for the Z-Man. Down along the rail is Canby Zipper. Then it's back there to Mock of Ballyheel. It's outside is Wapos and Twin Bee Legend. But so far, Prodigal Sealster is very much in control here for Tetrick as they approach 3 quarters, and he puts it up in 1:26.3. Really sped it up there in the third quarter panel, did Tetrick, with Prodigal Sealster. Still holds on to about a 3-length lead over Some Mock, Some Win. Watermelon Wine trying to mount a challenge. Less than 1/8 of a mile to go. It's Prodigal Sealster still showing the way. Prodigal Sealster on top. Coming up from the far outside is Twin Bee Legend, but it's a Bionic Man, Tim Tetrick, taking it with Prodigal Sealster in the OSS Gold, 155-2.
An impressive OSS mile in tonight's Worth Remembering. Fortunately, it's June, not October, and the track is fast for this evening's card. We have a few more changes to pass along to you, so you can mark your programs. A reminder that there is no show wagering in Race 2. In Race 4, one claim has been entered on the 2, Jim's Big Thrill. In Race 6, the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Colt Pace Gold Leg 2, the 7, Crush, Kill, Destroy, will now be driven by Jonathan Drury in place of Sylvain Filion. Jonathan Drury driving 7, Crush, Kill, Destroy in Race 6. Driver is still TBA in race 7 for the 6, Monty's Gone Marble. And in race 8, 2, Bonita's Best Bet is a judge's scratch. As discussed on the pregame show, lots of opinions about race 1. The betting public has settled on number 2, Sports Hunter. He was parked first over at Georgian Downs on the first turn, June 11th. Back down to 4th before the quarter. He was covered up and shuffled to last before the half. He's got a great post here in his debut for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer. Current odds of 9-5. Glenn Pearson must be liking the 11-1 odds for 7, Fear the Thunder, his top choice, who's making his parimutuel debut. He was a strong winner by wide margins in both of his recent Rideau qualifiers for trainer-driver Robbie Robinson. He gets a tougher post for his parimutuel debut. And I'm going to the 6, Jesus Murphy Joseph, currently at odds of 7-2. He was out sprinted off the gate Sunday by Bitcoin Hanover and Watch a Strike's fame, covered up by a first over Kiss My Bet on the final turn and loose late up the inside path. He keeps improving, and he's my top selection in race 1. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Daily Double Wagering coming up in the first as the post parade approaches from the back stretch. The race 1 pacers are coming on track. They are non-winners of $3,000 lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $5,000. They race for a purse of $5,600. One is Watch a Strike's Fame, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with Danielle Belisle and Donald Jobin, trained by Stefan Pouliot, driven by Don Jobin. 2 is current 8-5 favorite Sports Hunter, owned by Michel Letarte with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 3 is DA Captain Obvious, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Germain. Four is Pull Your Own Strings, owned by Michael Horwood with trainer Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon, and an equipment change from blind bridle to blinkers on the 4. 5 is Tia, owned by Alexis Zielke, trained and driven by Sebastian Turan. Six is Jesus Murphy Joseph, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven by Ryan Guy. Seven is Fear the Thunder, making his first lifetime start. He's owned by William Beckham with Robbie Robinson and Gavin Christie. He's trained and driven by Robbie Robinson. And now on track, completing the field from post 8 is Battle of York, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with a numbered Canadian corporation, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot. That's the field for race 1 with Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and Daily Double wagering. We're taking another look at current 7-5 favorite, number 2, Sports Hunter. He's winless in 8 starts this year, but significantly, he is making his debut for the Mandy Archer stable with Guy Gagnon, the reigning Rideau Carleton driving champ, in the bike. Strong favoritism so far. Co-owner Jamie Copley has spoken highly of this 3-year-old gelding by Sports Writer. This is his Rideau debut. The starter has called the field for race 1. Last chance to play the early double. They're lining up. It's 1, Watch a Strike's Fame for Don Jobin. 2, Sports Hunter, Guy Gagnon. 3, DA Captain Obvious, Steve Germain. 4, Pull Your Own Strings, Jimmy Gagnon. 5, Tia, Sebastian Turan. 6, Jesus Murphy Joseph, Ryan Guy. 7, Fear the Thunder for Robbie Robinson. And 8, Battle of York, Stefan Pouliot. They're on the backstretch and approaching the start for race 1. They're off and pacing, and 4 of them leave like a team. From the inside, Watch a Strike's Fame has early pace. To his outside, coming on, Cheeses Murphy Joseph for Ryan Guy. And between horses early, DA Captain Obvious is making an early move as well. They've settled down with Watch a Strike's Fame, controlling the pace for Don Jobin to the opening quarter, just ahead of DA Captain Obvious, and he reaches that point in 28 flat. Following from third, Cheeses Murphy Joseph, advancing first over now into third on the outside. That's Battle of York, and he's towing Sports Hunter into it. He's second over fifth. Back along the cones in sixth is the 4, Pull Your Own Strings at the back of the field. Fear the Thunder, and still trailing is Tia. They circle that second turn, approaching the halfway point, led by Watch a Strike's Fame. 58-4, a 30-4 breather there for Watch a Strike's Fame, who now is confronted by a first over challenger. Battle of York for Stefan Pouliot, sitting third and watching. DA Captain Obvious is on the inside, dropping back, sitting fourth. It's Cheeses Murphy Joseph on the outside. Gapping cover is Sports Hunter, not doing enough so far as favorite. To his inside, Fear the Thunder in a difficult spot, and coming from the back of the field, Pull Your Own Strings, still trailing Tia. 3/4, 127-3. Watch a Strike's Fame trying to bottom out the field as the first over effort of Battle of York is ongoing down the stretch. Coming up the inside, a big move from DA Captain Obvious. It's Battle of York who's battling on against Watch a Strike's Fame. It's between these two and by a neck at the wire. Battle of York finishes ahead of Watch a Strike's Fame. Up for third, DA Captain Obvious. 158-1. Unofficial results are posted for race 1, pulling the 8-1 upset. Number 8, Battle of York for Stefan Pouliot. Second, 1, Watch a Strike's Fame. Third, 3, DA Captain Obvious. And fourth was a 6, Cheeses Murphy Joseph. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. Now stepping into the Rideau Carleton winner's circle is unofficial race 1 winner number 8, Battle of York. He's a 3-year-old, Bay Colt by Better Than Cheddar out of Pillage. owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, with a numbered Canadian corporation of Gatineau, Quebec. He's bred by Winback Farm of Maryland, trained and driven to a maiden victory by Stefan Pouliot. The 1:58.1 mile is a lifetime best in a maiden victory. Congratulations to Battle of York, Stefan Pouliot, and all of this Colts connections. Race 1 is now official. Battle of York pays $19.50 to win. The $2 exactor 8-1 combination pays $107.40. The $1 try 8-1-3 combination returns $226.75. And the $1 superfecta 8-1-3-6 pays $555. The race 1 rundown is now posted. 1, Watch a Strike's Fame was second. 2, Sports Hunter finished 5th. 3, DA Captain Obvious was third. 4, Pull Your Own Strings 6th. 5, Tia 8th. 6, Jesus Murphy Joseph 4th. 7, Fear the Thunder 7th. And 8, Battle of York, the race winner for Stefan Pouliot. From the top down, your program should read 253-68471. The fractions were 28 flat to the opening quarter, 58 and 4 to the half, 127 and 3 at 3/4, and 158 and 1 the maiden victory, and mark for Battle of York. Race 2 is coming up with 1 scratch. 4, La Barbe is scratched sick. Therefore, no show wagering in race 2, which has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. The early pick 4 that kicks off here is going to get a little less expensive if you're playing my 20-cent ticket now on screen. La Barbe will not factor into it after the scratch. I think the 3, Betts Beach, has a win streak that is likely to continue. He's undefeated in 4 starts in 2024. And the 5, Walk-In Stagger Out, made a very good debut on June 16th at this track for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, getting a 156-1 lifetime mark in that victory. So those 2 are a good way to start the pick 4 here. Take note that in race 4, where I've singled the 2, Jim's Big Thrill, a claim has been entered on Jim's Big Thrill, that race. We have a few other changes to share with you as we wait for the race 2 post parade. In race 6, the Ontario Sire Stakes, 3-year-old Colt Pace, 7, Crush, Kill, Destroy, will now be driven by Pascal Berube. That's Pascal Berube driving 7, Crush, Kill, Destroy in race 6. In race 7, 6, Monty's Gone Marble will now be driven by Jonathan Drury. Jonathan Drury on the 6, Monty's Gone Marble in race 7. Already mentioned for race 8, the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Philly Pace. 6, Odds On Platinum will be driven by Stefan Brosseau. And 2, Bonita's Best Bet is a judge's scratch. And moving on to race 10, the 2, American Frontier is now driver TBA. The race 2 Pacers are coming on track for post parade. They're non-winners of $15,000 or 2 races lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $4,000. They race for a purse of $6,200. One is Friar Voltaire, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Lloyd Stone, Michael Horwood, and trainer Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Two is My Bitcoin, owned by Clément Lauzon-Autier, who also trains. Stefan Brosseau is in the bike. 3, Betts Beach is the current 2-5 favorite. He's owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier and Jean Allaire. Pascal Berube drives. 4, La Barbe is scratched, sick. Completing this field is 5, Walk-In Stagger Out, owned by Michel Letarte with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field for race 2. Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering. No show wagering. And this race kicks off the early pick 4. Many people will kick off their early pick 4 by singling the 3 in this leg. He's current 2-5 favorite. Number 3, Betts Beach, who easily circled Friar Voltaire and walk-off Zedtam to open up on the first turn here. June 9th, he was never headed and came home in the field's fastest last quarter of 28-4, lowering his lifetime mark to 155-2. Betts Beach looking good on track. Speaking of on track, a reminder that those attending and enjoying the picnic tables outside or the Simo Lounge in the grandstand can enjoy $2 hot dogs tonight. That's a special. And there's cake coming up later on, thanks to the Ontario Sire Stakes 50th anniversary celebrations inside the lower level of the grandstand. We're taking a look now at Glenn Pearson's suggested 20-cent pick four ticket that begins here in race 2. He likes the filly, My Bitcoin, from post 2. She was edged out by walk-in Stagger Out last start, but had a lifetime best victory here on June 2nd for the same connections. His second choice this race, La Barbe, the 4, is scratch sick, so that reduces the cost of Glenn's 20-cent suggested pick 4 ticket. A reminder that there's an illustrated timeline inside the lower level of the grandstand where you can look at the 50 years of Ontario Sire Stakes history, a chronological timeline illustrated with pictures of great horse people and horses associated with the program in its history. There's also some kids' activity books as well as contests you can enter. A limited number of the special gold caps are available too. The starter has called the race 2 pacers last chance to get involved in the early pick 4. The race 2 field is lining up now in front of the grandstand. 1 is Friar Voltaire for Jimmy Gagnon. 2, My Bitcoin, Stefan Aros. 3, Betts Beach, Pascal Berube. 4 is Scratched. 5 is Walk In, Stagger Out for Guy Gagnon. They're somewhat staggered approaching the backstretch. And they're off and pacing with Friar Voltaire launching for Jimmy Gagnon, quickly getting the jump on My Bitcoin, who sits second. Now tied up in third is Betts Beach, and about 2 lengths behind them, following in this short field, is Walk In, Stagger Out. They're single file on the opening turn with the relative long shot, 9-1. Friar Voltaire leading the way to the opening quarter. No one making a move yet as he reaches that point in 29-3. Leisurely fractions in a small field. Friar Voltaire up front, keeping pace closely from the pocket. The filly, My Bitcoin, also close up in third is Betts Beach, and then it's a 3-length gap back to Walk In, Stagger Out, who trails, but far from remotely in this field of 4. They circle toward the half now, led by Friar Voltaire, reaching that point unchallenged. 1:58 and 4 the clocking. My Bitcoin is breathing down the neck of Jimmy Gagnon and looking ready to make a move for Pascal Berube from third. Betts Beach still follows. Then it's a couple of lengths back to Walk In Stagger Out, who looks to be tightening up for Gagnon and now flushing out Betts Beach as they head towards 3/4. Oh, a rough gate for Betts Beach. A momentary bobble there may have taken him out of contention. 1:27 flat to 3/4 as Friar Voltaire leads by 3 at the top of the stretch, and My Bitcoin is next closest in range. My Bitcoin is coming up the inside and trying to take down Friar Voltaire. Coming wide, Betts Beach has got a bunch of late pace, but it's going to be a tight one to the wire, and I believe it goes to My Bitcoin over Friar Voltaire and the late charging Betts Beach in 1:56 and 4. The AGCO judges have informed me that there will be an inquiry concerning action between the 2 and the 3 after 3/4. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results are posted with 2 My Bitcoin, the 7-2 unofficial winner for Stefan Brasseau. 1 Friar Voltaire second, 1-9 favorite, 3 Betts Beach third, and 5 Walk In Stagger Out fourth. The inquiry is ongoing. Hold all tickets. The judges are still reviewing action after the 3/4 point of the race between the 2 My Bitcoin and 3 Betts Beach. Results remain unofficial. We're taking a look at footage from race 2, where Betts Beach, the 3, may have been in contact with the 2 My Bitcoin or vice versa. The judges still making a ruling on action in the race at that point. regarding the inquiry on race 2. After reviewing video and speaking with the drivers, the judges have ruled there will be no changes and the results will stand as posted. Race 2 is now official. The race winner, 2, My Bitcoin, is a 3-year-old bay filly by Betting Line out of Ryla Beach, owned by trainer Clement Lauzon-Autier of Mirabel, Quebec. My Bitcoin was bred by J.L. Benson Stables Incorporated of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and driven to victory by Stefan Aros. Prices are posted. 2, My Bitcoin pays $9.90 to win. The $2 daily double 8-2 combination pays $141.30. The $2 exactor 2-1 combination pays $24.80. The $1 try 2-1-3 pays $48.45, and it's $36.05 for the $1 superfecta 2-1-3-5 combination. The race 2 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Friar Voltaire finished second. 2, My Bitcoin, the race winner for Stefan Brasseau. 3, Betts Beach was third as beaten 1-9 favorite. 4, LaBarbe was scratch sick. 5, Walk In Stagger Out finished fourth. From the top down, your program should read 2-1-3 scratch 4. The fractions were 29-3 to the quarter, 58-4 to the half, 127 flat at 3/4, and 156-4 for the winning mile by number 2, My Bitcoin. A new lifetime mark of 156-4 for the filly and driver Stefan Brasseau. Now on your screens, a very tight win photo. On the inside from post 2, that's the filly winning My Bitcoin for Stefan Brasseau. To her outside, the place finisher number 1, Friar Voltaire and Jimmy Gagnon. And on the far outside, the 3, the fast closing favorite, Betts Beach and Pascal Berube.
Two-length lead. Anetto from second. Rhythm and Motion third. Denali, Sealster on the outside. Night Watchman needs to do more, as does Examiner Hanover. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Beaumont Hanover has been sent on a gate-to-wire mission by Jameson and looks strong coming for the payoff. Beaumont Hanover wins this one with ridiculous ease. Wins it by a solid 3 over Anetto, finishing third. Denali Sealster in a track record equaling 150-2.
Down the center of the track, Storm Shadow and Crush, Kill, Destroy. Fillion's calling on Fun Time Bayama for all he's got. Storm Shadow's coming to him, and here comes Storm Shadow at 32-1 to pull off the huge upset. It's Storm Shadow with the win over Crush, Kill, Destroy and Fun Time Bayama, 151-1, a super final shocker.
Control, deep stretch, still there Wikipedia. On the outside, Chalk Hanover with one late push. Wikipedia on the inside, Chalk Hanover one final surge. Wikipedia holds on in 150-3. Storm Shadow, trophy taker on the outside. In at the rail, it's unrivaled Hanover. Storm Shadow's still there. Outside, trophy taker. What a trick! Trophy taker's gone. He's upset-minded. Trophy taker gets up to win. It was trophy taker to steal the loot.
Yeah, it's been a terrific run. You know, I'm truly blessed to get so many great horses to drive, work with so many great trainers, owners, grooms. You know, it's fun coming to the track and just seeing your name beside great animals like this. I can't explain how fun it is.
Third, 3 lengths from the front, 2 lengths back to Odds On Platinum. Wicked Leader stays in as this Magic Moment moves to the outside, tracked by Coco Jojo, and Collusion Hanover is the trailer. Watching you heading to 3/4, Waz already angled back out of the 2-hole here with Pass Line to have clear racetrack as they'll look to square off when we swing for home. 3/4, 124-3. Watching you at the inside, Pass Line on the outside, trying to come on by. Pass Line takes a short lead, watching you trying to reply. In behind horses is Better Sisters, outside Odds On Platinum from the back, Coco Jojo with an 1/8 to go. Pass Line has the advantage. Odds On Platinum in second. Coco Jojo's making up ground on the far outside. Pass Line short lead. Odds On Platinum. Coco Jojo 3 across finish. Odds On Platinum gets it. Second was Coco Jojo, and Pass Line third. 152-2.
We're celebrating the 50-year anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes program here tonight at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Many outstanding achievements by Ontario-bred horses and horse people this year. Make sure to check out the historic timeline display on the lower level of the grandstand facing the track. There's also some giveaways, some contests there, kids' activity books, a cake coming up, and there's a season-long anniversary contest. If you can accurately predict who will win the 2024 Johnson and Lampman Cup for the top trainer and driver in the OSS, you could win dinner for 4 at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So enter those draws inside the grandstand. Also, you can enter a ballot with your favorite racetrack, and 2 of tonight's contest entrants will take home a set of Ontario Sire Stakes 50th anniversary wine glasses. Happy birthday to Jody and Sarah from your family, friends, and everyone here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Race 3 is coming up. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering, no changes. While we wait for the post parade to come on track for race 3, I understand there are still some $2 special hot dogs for sale. It might be time to grab one and then get back to your seat to check out the post parade here on OSS Night at Rideau Carleton. Post parade is coming on track for race 3. These pacers are non-winners of $400 per start, and their last 10 starts with non-winners of a race this year allowed $160. The purse is $6,100. One is State News, owned by Robin Lawler, trained by Raymond Crick, driven by Antonio Vecchio. Two is Giddy Up Max, owned by David Shea, trained by Victor Putty, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Three is What's in the Esky, owned by Melanie Plourde, who also trains. Stefan Pouliot is in the sulky. Four is Hurricane Cheyenne, owned by trainer Jeremy Marcotte, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Five is He's Got a Vendetta, owned by Elizabeth Adam, with Aidan Keeley Griffiths, trained by John McMillan and driven by James McDonald. Six is Alessandra, owned by Kim Fillion, trained by Alain Fillion, driven by Ryan Guy. Completing the field from post 7, it's Major Motion for owner-trainer Jennifer McBride and driver Guy Gagnon. That's your race 3 field. No changes. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering this race. We're taking a look at current 8-5 co-favorite, number 4, Hurricane Cheyenne, who was parked on the opening turn last Sunday. He retreated to single file 6th. He was third over past the half when something went wrong. He dropped back to last, but closed late in the field's fastest last quarter of 29-2. Hurricane Cheyenne, in the shifting odds, is now 9-5, as favoritism has moved towards my spot play selection. Now at odds of 3-2, number 5, He's Got a Vendetta, who was second August 28th, 2022, in his only previous Rideau start with tonight's driver, James McDonald. He's Got a Vendetta had a single file trip behind Carson Star Choice here Thursday and closed for 4th up the inside path. He gets a class drop and a quick turnaround. He's now 8-5. The favorite, He's Got a Vendetta from post 5. We have a pick 5 carryover coming up in race 6, $1,120 for the pick 5 carryover. Check that out in race 6. The starter has called the race 3 field. Last chance to wager on the pick 3 that kicks off here or anything else. The Pacers are lining up. 1 is State News, Antonio Vecchio. 2, Giddy Up Max, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, What's in the Esky, Stefan Pouliot. 4, Hurricane Cheyenne, Stefan Brasso. 5, He's Got a Vendetta, James McDonald. 6, Alessandra, Ryan Guy. And 7, Major Motion for Guy Gagnon. They're on the turn in a line approaching the start. On the backstretch. And they're off and pacing and leaving from post 5. He's Got a Vendetta, getting marching orders early from James McDonald, putting up resistance from the inside. What's in the Esky is now in the pocket to his outside and coming on third from first over. That's Alessandra back following her cover from second over fourth. Hurricane Cheyenne trying to get involved early as they circle to the opening quarter in 29-1 at odds of 1-9. Strong favorite, He's Got a Vendetta, is controlling the pace for James McDonald. Sitting the pocket, What's in the Esky is second. parked first over in third. That's Alessandra. Fourth along the cones, backing down, was Hurricane Cheyenne. Out and moving for Jimmy Gagnon from second over. Giddy Up Max on the inside. State News has more to do, but no room to do it. And coming from last, third over, Major Motion. They went past the half in 58 and 4. Still led by He's Got a Vendetta, who hasn't been challenged seriously yet. Although What's in the Esky looms large from the pocket. Parked first over, long shot. Alessandra may be packing it in soon. Here comes Giddy Up Max, 3 wide and making his move. Back behind that group, following from fifth on the inside, Hurricane Cheyenne. At the back of the field, it's Major Motion and State News, 127 and 3 to 3/4. This field is still chasing He's Got a Vendetta, looking for his first seasonal victory here. He's Got a Vendetta for James McDonald on the front end, but here comes action. Hurricane Cheyenne on the inside, still outside. What's in the Esky, widest of all, Giddy Up Max. It's going to be He's Got a Vendetta over What's in the Esky. Possibly Hurricane Cheyenne for show in 156 and 2. Unofficial results are now posted for race 3 with 1-9 favorite number 5. He's Got a Vendetta, the race winner for James McDonald. Second, 3, What's in the Esky. Third, 4, Hurricane Cheyenne. And fourth, 2, Giddy Up Max. Hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure for his first visit and photo this season. It's the classy veteran, He's Got a Vendetta, a 7-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching out of Vendetta, owned by Elizabeth Adam of Kingston and Aidan Keeley Griffiths of Odessa, Ontario. Bred by Mark Nelson of Baltimore, Ontario, trained by John McMillan, and driven to victory in 156 and 2 by James McDonald. A little camera shy, but now happy to pose with his connections. Race 3's unofficial winner, 5, He's Got a Vendetta. Congratulations to all the connections. Race 3 is now official. A special moment in the winner's circle for the connections of He's Got a Vendetta. Aidan Keeley-Griffiths, co-owner, driver James McDonald, trainer John McMillan, a winning team for a horse who visited the winner's circle 9 times last season. Five, He's Got a Vendetta, pays $2.10 to win. The $2 exactor 5-3 combination pays $5.60. It's $6.85 for the $1 try 5-3-4 combination and $18.85 for the $1 superfecta 5-3-4-2. The race 3 rundown is now posted. 1, State News was 5th. 2, Giddy Up Max 4th. 3, What's in the Esky 2nd. 4, Hurricane Cheyenne 3rd. 5, He's Got a Vendetta, the race winner for James McDonald. 6, Alessandra 6th. And 7, Major Motion 7th. From the top down, your program should read 5-4-2-3-1-6-7. The fractions were 29-1 for the opening quarter, 58-4 to the half, 127-3 at 3/4, and 156-2, a seasonal best and a first seasonal victory for He's Got a Vendetta, with catch driver James McDonald in the sulky tonight. Now on your screens, the show photo, which went to the 4, Hurricane Cheyenne, with Stefan Brosseau in the sulky on the inside. Finishing 4th on the outside, the 2, Giddy Up Max for Jimmy Gagnon. Race 4 is coming up next with Exactor Triactor, Superfecta wagering, and the beginning of the middle pick 4. I'm singling the 2 to kick off my 20-cent pick 4 ticket here. That's Jim's Big Thrill, also with catch driver James McDonald in the bike. Jim's Big Thrill was claimed, one claim entered on the 2, who is currently the 6-5 favorite in this field of 6. There were no changes this race. If you are playing the pick 4, take a look at race 6, the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Colt Pace Gold Leg number 2. Pascal Berube is driving 7, Crush, Kill, Destroy. That's in race 6. And in race 7, the last leg of this pick 4, the 6 Monty's Gone Marble, will be driven by Jonathan Drury. It's good to see a nice crowd enjoying the weather and the great racing here tonight at Rideau Carleton Raceway. The picnic tables are busy. The $2 hot dogs are selling. The OSS contests and giveaways are still underway on the lower level of the grandstand facing the track. Head on in and say hi. Check out the contests. There's coloring books for kids and crayons. Some really good prizes. In race 6, which is the first of the 2 Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Legs happening tonight, is the 3-year-old male Pacers. Take note that the pick 5 begins that race, and there is a carryover of $1,120 for the pick 5 that kicks off there in race 6. In the meantime, we do have a pick 4 beginning here as well. I'm singling the 2, Jim's Big Thrill, with one claim entered, currently at odds of 7-5. Glenn Pearson going a little deeper here in the opening leg of this pick 4. He likes the 2, Jim's Big Thrill, but he's also using the 3, Western Phil, and the 5, Rockin' My Dream. The post parade is coming on track for race 4. These pacers are $8,500 claimers, racing for a purse of $5,200. One is Rock and Roll Nation, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, driven by Pascal Berube. Two is current 8-5 favorite Jim's Big Thrill, owned by trainer Brian Scott and driven by James McDonald. Three is Western Phil, owned by Pascal Fleury, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Four is Tahuya Brew, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Victor Putty and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Five is Rockin' My Dream, owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stefan Meyer, driven by Mike Healy. Completing the field from post 6, current 8-5 co-favorite Press Time, owned by Jamie Copley, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Trevor Henry. That's your field for race 4 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering. No changes. One claim on the 2, Jim's Big Thrill. We're taking a look at Press Time, who picks up catch driver Trevor Henry. This is Press Time's 3rd consecutive start for trainer Mandy Archer. He was a beaten even money favorite who stepped out from 3rd along the backstretch Thursday and abruptly lost ground first over. He's looking for redemption here for catch driver Trevor Henry. Jim's Big Thrill is the 2. In line to James McDonald, hoping to go back-to-back here after winning last race with He's Got a Vendetta. Jim's Big Thrill was 5th early Thursday, flushed out press time on the backstretch. He was interfered with when press time came to a bit of a stop there. Jim's Big Thrill has post relief and makes a quick turnaround. Jennifer Filyaw is riding on track. Great to see standardbreds under saddle. Race 4 selections are on screen. Glenn Pearson is going to the 3 here. That's Western Phil, who had a perfect pocket trip behind Rockin' My Dream last Sunday and out-sprinted him late. Some post relief for Western Phil as well, although it didn't hurt him last time. I'm going with the favorite, Jim's Big Thrill. If you'd like to play the middle, pick 4, whatever you like. This is your last chance because they're going behind the gate in just a moment. The starter has called the field for race 4. They are gathering behind the gate for the start. 1 is Rock and Roll Nation, Pascal Berube. 2, Jim's Big Thrill, James McDonald. 3, Western Phil, Guy Gagnon. 4, Tahuya Brew, Jimmy Gagnon. 5, Rockin' My Dream, Mike Healy. And 6 is Press Time for Trevor Henry. They're on the turn, quickly approaching the start for race 4. In a line. And they're off and pacing with some early speed from Rockin' My Dream, who rockets to the front. Sitting second inside is Jim's Big Thrill. Caught first over in third, Western Phil, who looks to back down now into 4th along the cones. Behind third place, Rock and Roll Nation. Up front and leading by a couple of lengths, Rockin' My Dream and Mike Healy controlling things as they reach the opening quarter and bend in front of the grandstand. 29 flat, opening panel for Rockin' My Dream. Rockin' on the front end, about 2 lengths now ahead of Jim's Big Thrill, sitting third inside Rock and Roll Nation. Here comes a first over move from Press Time, who's 4th on the outside, to his inside 5th, Western Phil, and trailing the field is Tahuya Brew. They're circling now, approaching the halfway point with Rockin' My Dream having things his way by a tighter margin, 58-1 to the half. Jim's Big Thrill sits the pocket, caught first over in third is Press Time. On the inside 4th, Rock and Roll Nation. Second over, Western Phil is caught behind a retreating Press Time and moving up the cones. Last, but with nowhere to go, Tahuya Brew as they head towards 3/4 in 127 flat. Rockin' My Dream has yet to face a challenge, but here it comes on the final turn when it counts as Jim's Big Thrill gets orders from James McDonald and comes after the pace sitter. They come in front of the grandstand, chasing to the wire. Rock and Roll Nation is coming up the cones now for Berube. On the outside, Jim's Big Thrill looking to provide a thrill tonight for James McDonald. Jim's Big Thrill holding on for second. Rockin' My Dream up the cones for third. Rock and Roll Nation 155 and 4. Unofficial results are now posted for race 4. 2 to 5 favorite number 2, Jim's Big Thrill, the unofficial winner for James McDonald. Second, 5, Rockin' My Dream. Third, 1, Rock and Roll Nation. And fourth, 6, Press Time. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure. Unofficial race 4 winner number 2, Jim's Big Thrill. He's a 6-year-old bay gelding by Big Jim out of Shanghai Thrill, owned by trainer Brian Scott of Brinston, Ontario. Bred by Kathy McBride of Almonte, Ontario. It's a back-to-back win for driver James McDonald. The 155 and 4 mile is a seasonal best for Jim's Big Thrill and his second win of the season in start number 13. Congratulations. Jim's Big Thrill was claimed by Bruce Tremblay and will be going to the barn of trainer Alain Fillion. Race 4 is now official. Prices are now posted. 2, Jim's Big Thrill returns $2.80 to win. The $2 exactor 2-5 combination pays $9.80. The $1 try 251 returns $15.30, and it's $61.50 for the $1 superfecta 2516 ticket. The race 4 rundown is now posted. 1, Rock and Roll Nation was third. 2-5 favorite number 2, Jim's Big Thrill, the race winner for James McDonald. 3, Western Phil finished 5th. 4, Tahuya Brew was 6th. 5, Rockin' My Dream was 2nd. 6, Press Time was 4th. From the top down, your program should read 315-624. The fractions were 29 seconds to the opening quarter, 58 and 1 to the half, 127 flat at 3/4, 155 and 4, a seasonal best victory for Jim's Big Thrill. Race 5 is coming up next with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. There is a scratch in race 5. The 3, B's Terrific, is a vet scratch injured. So far, Rideau bettors are counting on James McDonald to win 3 in a row, as the even money favorite at this point is the 4, Dylan's Bank. A good crowd on track tonight to mark the 50th anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes program. Plenty of giveaways underway inside the grandstand, lower level facing the track. $2 hot dogs are part of the celebrations, and some good draws that you'll want to be a part of if you're interested in winning dinner for 4 at Woodbine Mohawk Park. All you need to do is fill out a ballot and accurately predict who will win the 2024 Johnson and Lampman Cup for the top driver and trainer in the OSS program. Make an accurate prediction and you go into the draw. You could win dinner for 4. There's also ballots that you can fill out for a different draw. Enter your favorite racetrack, and 2 of tonight's contest entrants are going to take home OSS 50th anniversary wine glasses. It's all part of the OSS 50th anniversary, celebrated at tracks across Ontario all season long and wrapping up in Sarnia at Hiawatha Horse Park on September 7th. The $2 hot dogs still going strong. You can get those in the concessions area facing the track and enjoy them at a picnic table or in the simulcast lounge. It's up to you. We've got horse players across Canada and the United States paying attention tonight, particularly to the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Divisions for the male and female 3-year-old pacers coming up on the card. Garnet Barnsdale on Twitter is starting a pick 4. He says he's a big believer in Trophy Taker in the OSS Gold Division for the Colts. James McDonald driving that one for trainer Dave Maneri from Post 2 in race 6. That's coming up next. And there is a pick 5 carryover to remind you about as well there. $1,120 for the pick 5 that kicks off in the OSS 3-year-old Gold Colt Pace in race 6. In the meantime, race 5, Dillon's Bank remains the even money favorite as we await the post parade. The Pacers are coming on track for the Race 5 Post Parade. These are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts, non-winners of 2 races in their last 10, allowed $800. Also eligible, $10,500 claimers. They race for a purse of $6,000. One is Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Stéphanie Gagnon, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Two is Buck and Better, owned by Scott and Lisa Henry. Scott Henry, trained. Stefan Brosseau is in the bike. 3, Bees Terrific, is scratched injured. 4 is current 7-5 favorite Dillon's Bank, owned by John McMillan, who also trains. James McDonald does the driving. Five is Stonebridge Maze, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. 6 is Rockin' Zeus, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven by Robbie Robinson. Seven is Lucky Leonard, owned by trainer Caroline Malo, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. And completing the field from post 8, it's Saskabush Steve, owned by trainer Alain Martin and driven by Mike Healy. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering here on race 5. Favoritism has now shifted away from Dylan's Bank, the 4, who's my top choice here. Make It Come True for Guy Gagnon is now the 8-5 favorite. Actually, he's co-favorite. It's back and forth between those two. The 4, Dylan's Bank for James McDonald and John McMillan. And from the rail, Make It Come True for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. This one was claimed on June 11th at Woodbine Mohawk Park. He was actually claimed back into Ecurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated. Make It Come True is coming in from the pop-up series at Woodbine Mohawk Park. He finished a good second to Royal Regatta. Now he's making his first Rideau start since May 5th, when he was a front-end winner in 155 and 4, his seasonal best so far. Meanwhile, the 4, Dylan's Bank, wired for catch driver James McDonald in their only previous Rideau Carleton race together. That was the preferred handicap pace on July 18th, 2023. The 151 flat mile was a lifetime best for Dylan's Bank. The starter has called the race 5 pacers last chance to play the pick 3 that kicks off here or anything else. The field is going behind the gate. 1 is Make It Come True for Guy Gagnon. 2, Buck and Better, Stefan Brasseau. 3 is Scratched. 4 is Dylan's Bank for James McDonald. 5, Stonebridge Hermes for Jacques Baudouin. 6, Rockin' Zeus, Robbie Robinson. 7, Lucky Leonard, Marie-Claude Auger. And 8, Saskabush Steve for Mike Healy. They're quickly approaching the start. And they're off and pacing and leaving like a team. Dylan's Bank for James McDonald, and on the inside, Make It Come True for Guy Gagnon, who has won the earliest battle and takes charge, keeping just ahead of Buck and Better, who's pocketed up. Second now and advancing first over, Dylan's Bank is coming after Make It Come True on the first turn and now lands on the lead as the field circles to that opening quarter. Dylan's Bank at odds of 1-9, a 28 flat opening panel, and he's out there now leading by about a length ahead of Make It Come True. Then back in third is Buck and Better, followed in fourth by Stonebridge Hermes. Further back it's Rockin' Zeus, Lucky Leonard, and the trailer is Saskabush Steve. They're single file on the second turn and led by James McDonald driving Dillon's Bank, reaching the half in 56 and 3. Dillon's Bank is opening up. He's got a 3-length advantage now over next best Make It Come True, who's a good 3 lengths ahead of third place. Buck and Better along the backstretch, out and moving now. First over from fourth, Stonebridge Hermes for Jacques Baudouin. As they head to 3/4, they're spaced out and still led by Dillon's Bank, 123 and 4 for the leader, widening 5-length margin now. Make It Come True is clinging to second as Stonebridge Hermes comes on late, dropping back on the inside the fourth. Buck and Better, the rest all coveting minor shares here as coming down the stretch, Dillon's Bank looks to go again for James McDonald, getting another win. Finishing second, Stonebridge Hermes. Finishing third, it's Make It Come True, 152 and 4. Unofficial results are now posted for race 5. 1-9 favorite number 4, Dillon's Bank, the race winner for James McDonald. 5, Stonebridge Hermes, second. 1, Make It Come True, third. 7, Lucky Leonard, fourth. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. It's unofficial race 5 winner, number 4, Dillon's Bank. He's a 7-year-old brown gelding by Thinking Out Loud out of Saxon Vets. Owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. well known as a Rideau Carleton announcer, trainer, owner. He's done it all. Congratulations, John. Dillon's Bank to a seasonal best win, 152-4, in line to James McDonald. Results are now official. For Dillon's Bank returns $2.10 to win. The $2 exactor 4-5 combination pays $6.70. The $1 pick 4 that ends here pays on 4 of 4, $47.75. The $1 pick 3, $4.40 for 3 of 3. The race 5 rundown is now posted. 1, Make It Come True, was 3rd. 2, Buck and Better finished 5th. 3, Bees Terrific was scratched injured. 4, Dillon's Bank, the race winner for James McDonald and John McMillan. 5, Stonebridge Hermes, 2nd. 6, Rockin' Zeus, 6th. 7, Lucky Leonard, 4th. And 8, Saskabush Steve finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read 3-5 scratch 1-2-6-4-7. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 56 and 3 to the half, 123 and 4 at 3/4, and a 152 and 4 seasonal best mile for winner Dillon's Bank. Take note, we have a pick 5 carryover that kicks off just in time for the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Pacing Colts coming up in race 6. $1,120 pick 5 carryover coming up next race. Also, take note that if you'd like to be part of any of the OSS draws for prizes happening inside the grandstand, lower level, facing the track, please Get involved now. The draws will be taking place after race 6 tonight. Last chance to get involved in those draws for the Ontario Sire Stakes 50th anniversary prizes. Also, the Pick 5, it's your only chance to get involved. We just have one here tonight at Rideau Carleton.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods
without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
Outrider Jennifer Fillion and her horse Buffalo Bill were meeting fans in the winner's circle earlier tonight. And they're now going to lead the post parade for race 6, the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Gold Leg 2 for the Colt Pacers. The race 6 Pacers are coming on track for the post parade. Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Colt Pace, Gold Leg number 2, for a purse of $140,000. 1 is Legal Attack, owned by Morrison Racing Stable of Indiana, trained by Per Engblom, driven by Doug McNair. Two is Trophy Taker, owned by Burke Racing Stable, LLC, with Weaver Brusimi, LLC, and Frank Baldacchino and Lawrence Carr, trained by Dave Maneri, driven by James McDonald. Three is current 4-5 favorite Storm Shadow, owned by RG McGroup Limited with Serge Savard and Mac Nickel, as well as Bolton Farms LLC. The trainer, Dr. Ian Moore. In the sulky, Bob McClure. Four is Unrivaled Hanover, owned by the Landmark 16 Racing Stable with Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated and David Reed, as well as the Bertrand Gilhespie Stable. Sean Stacy trains, Jonathan Drury drives. Five is Wikipedia, owned by SSG Stables, trained by Anthony Beaton, driven by Trevor Henry. Six is Bruden, owned by Bruce Davey, trained by Rod Hughes, driven by Brett McDonald. Seven is Crush, Kill, Destroy, owned by Evans Nation with Engblom Stable, LLC, trained by Per Engblom. Driver change from Sylvain Filion to Pascal Berube. Eight is Best Night Ever, co-owned by trainer Anthony Beaton with David Mercer and the West Winds Stable, driven by Guy Gagnon. Completing the field from trailing post 9, it's Warrawee for Laura, owned by trainer Frank Baker Jr. with driver Tyler Borth and William Stevenson. That's your race 6 field. There's Exactor Triactor, Super High 5, and Pick 5 wagering here. The Pick 5 has an $1,120 carryover. The only change, as noted, is that Sylvain Filion is off his drives tonight. So the 7 Crush, Kill, Destroy is being catch-driven by Pascal Berube. We're looking at current even money favorite, 3 Storm Shadow. This field's lone finalist from the North America Cup. He's the 2023 OSS Gold Super Final champ. He was caught inside most of that mile in the North America Cup and loose late. He was flying down the Woodbine Mohawk Park stretch 3 wide in the field's 3rd quickest closing quarter of 26 and 4. Reigning Keith Waples Driver of the Year, James McDonald, is aboard Trophy Taker from Post 2. This one at odds of 2-1. Trophy Taker beat Storm Shadow in OSS Gold Leg 1, May 25th at Mohawk. However, Glenn Pearson and myself both lean towards Storm Shadow here, putting him on top of the high 5 ticket with Trophy Taker for 2nd. Draws for the Ontario Sire Stakes contests are underway after this race. Last chance to enter in the grandstand and last chance to play the pick 5, which kicks off here in golden style. They're lining up for OSS Gold, 3-year-old Colt Pace, leg 2. 1 is Legal Attack, Doug McNair. 2, Trophy Taker, James McDonald. 3, Storm Shadow, Bob McClure. 4, Unrivaled Hanover, Jonathan Drury. 5, Wikipedia, Trevor Henry. 6, Bruden for Brett McDonald. 7, Crush, Kill, Destroy, Pascal Berube. 8, Best Night Ever, Guy Gagnon. And the trailer is 9, Warrawee for Laura for Tyler Borth. They're off and pacing and sprinting early. Trophy Taker is leaving aggressively to his inside. So is Legal Attack. Those two battling for early command. Setting up shop from third is Storm Shadow. And following him now, it's a first over fourth for Unrivaled Hanover. Behind that rival on the inside, the trailer, Warrawee for Laura, has gained ground early for Borth. They circle past the opening quarter, 27-2, fastest opening panel of the night, and they're led by a freewheeling Trophy Taker and James McDonald going for his 4th consecutive win if he can keep it up. Legal Attack sits the pocket from third. Storm Shadow watching closely. Parked first over in 4th is the 4, Unrivaled Hanover, as they circle towards the halfway point with Trophy Taker still in charge by 2. Keeping up from second, Legal Attack. Still third and looking to make his move for Bob McClure. Storm Shadow looks to tip out. Following that cover now, second over from 4th is Unrivaled Hanover. To his inside, that's Warrawee for Laura in 5th. Trevor Henry asking Wikipedia to get into it from 3rd over 6th. Then we've got a gap back to Best Night Ever. The trailers coming on are Crush, Kill, Destroy. At the back of the pack, Bruden 122 and 4 2 3/4. They're still coming after Trophy Taker, trying to take him down in the stretch. Here's Storm Shadow for Bob McClure on the outside. Storm Shadow storming past for Bob McClure and Dr. Ian Moore coming on late. Wikipedia makes a battle of it to the wire. That's a very close one between the closer 5. Wikipedia on the outside. Storm Shadow the 3 and Bob McClure on the inside in a 1:51 4 a mile. A very close decision in race 6. The battle to the wire, unofficially won by 3. Storm Shadow, the 2-5 favorite, and Bob McClure holding off 5. Wikipedia and Trevor Henry coming on late for place. Third was 4, Unrivaled Hanover. 4th, 9, Warrawee for Laura. And completing the high 5, 2, Trophy Taker. Hold all tickets. The judges have informed me there's an inquiry now underway. Possible interference in the stretch between 4 Unrivaled Hanover and 9 Warrawee for Laura. Now in the winner's circle, unofficial race 6 winner, number 3, Storm Shadow. He's a 3-year-old brown colt by Better's Delight out of Fade, owned by R.G. McGroup Limited of New Brunswick with Serge Savard of Quebec, Mac Nickel, Ontario, and Bolton Farms LLC of Florida. Storm Shadow was bred by Terra Hills Stud Limited of Ontario, trained by soon-to-be Hall of Famer Dr. Ian Moore, being inducted on August 7th into the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame. The winning driver, this colt's regular driver, Bob McClure. A 1/5 of a second away from his seasonal best. 1:51.4, the victory by Storm Shadow. The legacy of Better's Delight carries on. The 1:51.4 victory by Storm Shadow is Canada's fastest winning mile on a 5/8 mile track this season by any 3-year-old pacer. Judges are currently reviewing footage of the stretch drive, now visible. Possible interference in the stretch between the 4 Unrivaled Hanover and the 9 Warrawee for Laura. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. I've just been informed that there's a driver's objection. 9 on the 4 for the stretch drive. AGCO judges are still reviewing and considering the possible interference between 4 and 9 in the stretch. The judges have ruled that the objection is disallowed. No changes to the order of finish. And race 6 results are now official. Three, Storm Shadow returns $2.90 to win. The $2 exactor, 3-5, pays $18.30. It's $40.25 for the $1 try, 354. The 20-cent Super High Five pays $110.87 for the 35492 20-cent Super High Five ticket. The race 6 rundown is now posted for the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Colt Pace, second gold leg. 1, Legal Attack was 7th. 2, Trophy Taker 5th. 2 to 5 favorite number 3, Storm Shadow, the race winner for Bob McClure. 4, Unrivaled Hanover was 3rd. 5, Wikipedia 2nd. 6, Brudon finished 8th. 7, Crush, Kill, Destroy was 6th. 8, Best Night Ever finished 9th. And 9, Were We for Laura finished 4th. From the top down, your program should read 751 328 694. The fractions were 27 and 2 to the opening quarter, 55 seconds to the half, 122 and 4 to 3/4, and a winning mile of 151 and 4 for Storm Shadow, Bob McClure, and trainer Dr. Ian Moore. That's Canada's fastest mile this season by a 3-year-old pacer on a 5/8 mile track. A very tight win photo between winner Storm Shadow on the inside for Bob McClure against a very fast closing place finisher 5 Wikipedia on the outside for Trevor Henry. While we're speaking of winners and win photos, I have the names of some winners from the 50th anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes draws that were taking place inside the grandstand. These are the 2 winners of the Ontario Sire Stakes wine glasses. You can pick up your prizes at the anniversary table inside the grandstand on the main level facing the track. The winners are Flanco, Scapoletti. I hear cheers. Congratulations, Flanco. And Stu. Stu did not put his name on the ballot, but there is a phone number, so you'll be able to prove your identity and collect your wine glasses marking the 50th anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes program. A nice prize which you can pick up inside the grandstand. Congratulations. The OSS celebrations have not wrapped up. Race 8 is the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Leg number 2 for the 3-year-old filly pacers. They are going for a purse of $140,000. There is one scratch that race of the 2 in race 8, Bonita's Best Bet, and one driver change on the 6, Odds on Platinum, going from Sylvain Fillion off all his drives tonight to catch driver Stefan Brosseau, the winner of the Quebec Eastern Ontario Regional Driving Championship this year. Race 7 is coming up, however, with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and the late pick 4. One driver change, the 6, Monty's Gone Marble, goes from Sylvain Fillion to Jonathan Drury. 6 is the current favorite for trainer John McMillan, having a great night. He's 8-5 at the moment. Monty's Gone Marble for catch driver Jonathan Drury. If you haven't had a chance yet to enjoy the $2 hot dog special, they're still available. And you also have plenty of time left to explore the Ontario Sire Stakes 50-year history. Some beautiful exhibits inside showing the people and horses that have built the Ontario harness racing industry to what it is today, a very strong group, exemplified in the second gold leg. Pace won by Storm Shadow, and the fillies, an equally impressive group coming up in race 8. Find out more inside the grandstand.
Raceway.
Race 7 is coming up, and Glenn Pearson had a very good result with his handicapping in the OSS Gold for the Colts last race. He's picking the popular favorite here on top of his ticket. That's Get Your License Liam from the rail for Trevor Henry and Vic Putty. For second, he likes Woodmere Gaelic. James McDonald driving that one. And then for third, it's Lancaster Bomber from the trailing post. And 6, Monty's Gone Marble completes Glenn's superfecta. Catch driver Jonathan Drury filling in for Sylvain Fillion on the 6, Monty's Gone Marble. I'm going with Woodmere Gaelic on top. James McDonald looking for revenge here and keeping his wins building at Rideau Carleton. I think Lancaster Bomber has been very impressive lately. He adds catch driver Doug McNair for a chance to keep his win streak rolling, albeit from the second tier. I like Get Your License Liam third, and agree Monty's Gone Marble has to be part of the superfecta. Exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering here. It's the final pick 4 of the card. If you're playing that pick 4, take note in race 8, the OSS 3-year-old Gold Filly Pace. The 2, Bonita's Best Bet, is scratched. There is a driver change on the 6 from Sylvain Fillion to Stefan Aros in race 8, and also change in race 10. The driver on 2, American Frontier, from Bob McClure to TBA. It looks like we have a couple of driver changes in race 10. I'll update you on them momentarily. Post parade is coming on track for race 7. racers are on track for the post parade for race 7. Non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, also eligible. Non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts, and also $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,800. One is Get Your License Liam, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Victor Putty, driven by Trevor Henry. Two is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario with Antonio Belfiore, trained by Steve Belisle, driven by James McDonald. Three is 88 Fingers Louie, owned by trainer-driver Ryan Guy with Sharon Christie. Four is Trion de Vie, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur, driven by Stefan Aros. Five is Radley Hanover, owned by trainer Caroline Mallow, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. Six is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan. Note the driver change from Sylvain Fillion to catch driver Jonathan Drury. Seven is Mock Art in Motion, owned by trainer Wayne Catherwood, driven by Brett McDonald. Eight is Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Completing this field from trailing post 9, it's Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Doug McNair. That's the race 7 field. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. We're looking at the current favorite. One, Get Your License Liam. He's never missed the board here in 4 lifetime starts from the Rideau rail. He's a front-end loving gelding who cut the fractions here last Sunday. An extended battle with a first over American Frontier took a late toll on Get Your License Liam. He's well positioned from the rail and picks up catch driver Trevor Henry. Get Your License Liam is the 8-5 favorite at the moment. For those playing the pick 4, note that the driver changes finalized for race 10 are Brett McDonald driving 2 American Frontier, and on 3, Little Manny, Ryan Guy is catch driving. Again, that's in the final race of the night. 2 American Frontier, Brett McDonald, and 3 Little Manny, Ryan Guy catch driving. That's of importance if you're getting involved in the late pick 4, which begins here. The starter has called the race 7 field. Last chance tonight to play the pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. They're lining up behind the gate. 1, Get Your License Liam, Trevor Henry. 2, Woodmere Gaelic, James McDonald. 3, 88 Fingers Louis, Ryan Guy. 4, Trion de Vie, Stefan Aros. 5, Radley Hanover, Marie-Claude Auger. 6, Marty's Gone Marble for Jonathan Drury. 7, Mockart in Motion, Brett McDonald. 8, Skylar, Jimmy Gagnon, and the trailer is 9, Lancaster Bomber for Doug McNair. Lined up and followed by the trailer toward the start. They're off and pacing and leaving well from the inside as expected. Get Your License Liam is firing early for Trevor Henry. Coming at him equally early, Monty's Gone Marble is moving on for Jonathan Drury to challenge. And it's a 3-wide battle that's going to end for Skylar as he tucks into single file third on the opening turn. They're headed around towards the opening quarter. Get Your License Liam, 27-4, opening panel for him as he is there leading the way for Trevor Henry, sitting in second now. Following closely, that's Monty's Gone Marble. Following from third is Skylar. Then it's back to Lancaster Bomber. Woodmere Gaelic is stepping out from fifth. Following that cover, Trion de Vie, as they're now headed around that second turn. Nothing has changed on the front end. Get Your License Liam reaches the half in 57-2 with Monty's Gone Marble in the pocket, and a long night at the office for Skylar, who is parked first over in third. Then it's a slight gap back to the rest. Coming second over, Lancaster Bomber is moving 3 wide now for McNair. Moving up the cones, 88 Fingers Louis is trying to do more. He's fifth on the inside. Following him, Radley Hanover, Lax Racing Room. Moving on the outside now, third over and swinging 3 wide, Trion de Vie. And at the back of this group, going widest of all, Mock Art in Motion. They're reached 3 quarters in 125-4, and Get Your License Liam getting leg weary. Here comes the winner from post 9, Lancaster Bomber for Doug McNair, ahead of Monty's Gone Marble, 154-4. Unofficial race 7 results are now posted. 9, Lancaster Bomber, a 4-1 winner for Doug McNair. Second, 6, Monty's Gone Marble. Third, 5, Radley Hanover, ahead of favorite at 4-5. 1, Get Your License Liam, who finished 4th. Hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, it's unofficial race 7 winner, number 9, Lancaster Bomber. He's a 6-year-old bay gelding by Captain Treacherous out of Pasta La Vista, owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, bred by Steve Jones of Montgomery, New York, trained by Christina Miller, driven to victory by Doug McNair in 154 and 4. Just missing his seasonal best. Congratulations. Race 7 is now official. Nine, Lancaster Bomber pays $10 to win. The $2 exactor 9-6 combination returns $44.30. The $1 pick 4 ending here pays on 4 of 4, $31.80. The $1 pick 3 ending here pays on 3 of 3, $11.50. The race 7 rundown is now posted. 4 to 5 favorite, number 1, Get Your License Liam, finished 4th. 2, Woodmere Gaelic was 8th. 3, 88 Fingers Louis was 5th. 4, Trion DeVie, 6th. 5, Radley Hanover, 3rd at odds of 50 to 1. 6, Monty's Gone Marble, 2nd. 7, Mock Art in Motion, 7th. 8, Skylar, 9th. 9, Lancaster Bomber, the race winner for Doug McNair. From the top down, your program should read 485-632-791. The fractions were 27 and 4 to the opening quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 125 and 4 to 3/4, 154 and 4 the winning mile for Lancaster Bomber. A close decision for show. On the outside is the 5, Radley Hanover for Marie-Claude Auger. On the inside is the 1, Get Your License Liam, who finished 4th for Trevor Henry in this show photo. Race 8 is coming up. The Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pace, gold leg, number 2, with a purse of $140,000. There's 1 scratch, the 2, Bonita's Best Bet, and 1 driver change on current 2 to 1 co-favorite, 6 odds on Platinum. Sylvain Fillion is off his 3 drives tonight. Stefan Aros will catch drive 6, odds on Platinum. Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 Wagering kicking off in race 8. As we await the post parade for the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pace, it's worth checking out the 50th anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes. Displays inside the grandstand at lower level facing the track. Head on in and check it out. There are still some contests underway if you can figure out the Lampman and Johnson Cup winners for the Ontario Sire Stakes this season. If you think you know who they are, you can enter your name in draws taking place later in the season, of course, when those are established. You could win dinner for 4 at Woodbine Mohawk Park. There are still some souvenir items inside the grandstand as well. And I understand there's still a few of those $2 hot dogs if you're feeling hungry. This is a very strong group of 3-year-old pacing fillies in the gold second leg. The Ontario Sire Stakes here tonight at Rideau Carleton. The 6 odds-on Platinum was first to the front in the Fan Hanover final at Woodbine Mohawk Park, despite having post 8. She followed Geocentric from third and got covered up and shuffled back. She was third over at the top of the stretch, 4 wide late, and closed in a co-third fastest last quarter of 26-1. That's the top choice of myself and Glenn Pearson. Of course, we did make these early picks when Sylvain Filion was driving odds-on Platinum for Dr. Ian Moore, but Stefan Brosseau is the 2024 regional driving champion representing Quebec and Eastern Ontario in the upcoming finals, July 5th at Hippodrome 3R in Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Odds-on Platinum is currently 2-1. The favorite, the 4, Pass Line for James McDonald and trainer Dave Maneri. Pass Line had an overland trip in the Fan Hanover final. She took back to second last off the gate, was fourth over approaching 3/4. She also closed in 26-1, but was not really a threat in the stretch. Pass Line gets a driver change, going back to James McDonald, who drove her to victory on May 3rd in a stake at Woodbine Mohawk Park. She's currently the 6-5 favorite from post 4, Pass Line. Bob McClure was the driver of Storm Shadow, the winner of the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Leg 2 3-year-old Colt Pace Division tonight at Rideau Carleton. He's driving the 1 here, Greatest Pleasure, for trainer Luke Blaise from the rail. Greatest Pleasure took a 151-1 lifetime mark in a non-stake race June 14th at Mohawk. She was strong on the front end in OSS Grassroots back on May 24th as well, and adds Bob McClure here. Now coming on track for the post parade. It's the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pacers in Gold Leg number 2 with a purse of $140,000. One is Greatest Pleasure, owned by Determination, trained by Luc Blais, driven by Bob McClure. 2, Bonita's Best Bet, is a judge's scratch. 3 is Better with Glasses, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Michael Horwood, Lloyd Stone, and trainer Victor Putty. Trevor Henry is in the sulky. 4 is the current 4-5 favorite, Pass Line, owned by Burke Racing Stable LLC with Weaver Brusimi LLC, Frank Baldacchino, and Rich Lombardo Racing LLC, trained by Dave Maneri, driven by James McDonald. Five is Lightning Lizzie, owned by trainer Murray Breather with Glenn Tarver and Bruce Northover, as well as Jason Churchill. Brett McDonald does the driving. Six is Odds On Platinum, owned by Let It Ride Stables Incorporated with Odds On Racing, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Note the driver change from Sylvain Fillion to Stefan Brosseau. Seven is Blazing Bell, owned by James Arvitt Sr., trained by Greg McNair, driven by Doug McNair. Completing the field from post 8, it's Coco Jojo, owned by Robert Bridges, trained by Anthony Beaton, driven by Tyler Borth. That's your field for race 8. The Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pace, Gold Leg 2. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. We're taking a look at the consistent favorite, number 4, Pass Line, for James McDonald, with an earlier 3-race win streak on the card. Pass Line has 1 win this season, 151-1, 2 starts ago on June 8th. She was 3rd at Woodbine Mohawk Park in her Fan Hanover elimination for Yannick Gingras. Scott Zeron drove her in the final on June 15th. It was a tough trip. She did win her last start for James McDonald May 3rd in an Ontario SBOA stake at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Outrider Jennifer Fillion is introducing her horse to the public. If you step over to the winner's circle, they'll be going behind the gate very shortly here for race 8, the Gold 3-year-old filly pacers in the 50th anniversary edition of the Ontario Sire Stakes. The starter has called the field for race 8. Last chance to wager. The fillies are gathering in front of the grandstand, lining up for OSS Gold. 1 is Greatest Pleasure, Bob McClure. 2 is Scratch. 3, Better with Glasses, Trevor Henry. 4, Pass Line, James McDonald. 5, Lightning Lizzie, Brett McDonald. 6, Odds On Platinum for catch driver Stefan Brosseau. 7, Blazing Bell, Doug McNair. And 8, Coco Jojo, Tyler Borth. They are on the backstretch, approaching the start. And they're off and pacing, and everybody leaving except Coco Jojo. It's a battle for the early lead with Greatest Pleasure and McClure on the inside, being circled by Lightning Lizzie and Brett McDonald, who is now being circled by Odds on Platinum and Stefan Brosseau, making her way to the early lead to take the field to the opening quarter. Up front, Odds on Platinum takes them there in 26-2. A very quick opening panel. Odds on Platinum now leading the way down the stretch the first time, keeping ahead of Pocket Sitting. Lightning Lizzie followed by Greatest Pleasure third, and fourth it's Better With Glasses. Here comes a first over move from fifth from Pass Line. Following her, Blazing Bell. At the back is Coco Jojo. They're on the second turn, flushed out from third, and now coming after the leader. Greatest Pleasure is on the move. They reach the half in 55-2. Odds on Platinum keeping a length ahead of Lightning Lizzie. Greatest Pleasure is advancing first over into second and matching strides with Odds on Platinum. That's Greatest Pleasure a half length in front, but she hasn't cleared. Odds on Platinum is fighting back, but she's surrendered now and sits second behind new leader Greatest Pleasure. First over, parked in third to three quarters, is the favorite Pass Line. Up the inside in fourth, Lightning Lizzie still a part of it, 1:22-3, and blazing for home, Greatest Pleasure and Bob McClure leading the way. Coming on late on the outside, Odds on Platinum finds more. Odds on Platinum by 3 over Greatest Pleasure and Lightning Lizzie in a battle for place, 150-3. Unofficial results are now posted for race 8. The late money making 6. Odds on Platinum, an even money favorite. She's the unofficial winner for Stefan Brosseau. Second, 1, Greatest Pleasure. Third, 5, Lightning Lizzie. Fourth, the 4, Pass Line. Hold all tickets. The Rideau Carleton overall divisional record for 3-year-old pacers is 150-2. It's shared by Geldings, Michael's Power, and Win Me Back, as well as Philly, Powerful Chris, and Colt Beaumont Hanover. Race 8 winner, Odds on Platinum, came within 1/5 of a second of equaling that track record in an impressive mile for catch driver Stefan Brosseau. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial Race 8 winner, number 6, Odds on Platinum. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Better's Delight out of American Jewel, owned by Let It Ride Stables Incorporated and Odds On Racing of Boca Raton, Florida. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms Incorporated of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Trained by eminent Canadian Hall of Fame inductee, Dr. Ian Moore. Driven to victory in an impressive catch drive by Eastern Ontario Quebec Regional Driving Champion for 2024, Stefan Aros. That's a new lifetime mark for Odds on Platinum and Canada's fastest winning mile this year by any 3-year-old pacer on a 5/8 mile track. Congratulations. And Race 8 is now official. Six, Odds on Platinum returns $4.30 to win. The $2 exactor 6-1 combination pays $33.30. The $1 try 615 pays $46.25. And for the superfecta, $1 ticket, $125.40 for the 6154 combination. The race 8 rundown is now posted. 1, Greatest Pleasure, was second. 2, Bonita's Best Bet, was a judge's scratch. 3, Better with Glasses, finished 5th. 4, Pass Line was 4th. 5, Lightning Lizzie was 3rd. 6, Odds on Platinum, the even money winner for Stefan Aros. 7, Blazing Bell was 7th. And 8, Coco Jojo finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 2, Scratch, 5, 4, 3, 1, 7, 6. Some very impressive fractions for Odds on Platinum's winning mile. 26 and 2 to the opening quarter, 55 and 2 to the half, 122 and 3 at 3/4, and her winning mile of 150 and 3 is now the fastest for any 3-year-old pacer this year in Canada on a 5/8 mile track. It's also a new lifetime mark for Odds on Platinum. If you haven't had a chance yet, step inside the grandstand and find out more about the Ontario Sire Stakes program, celebrating its 50th anniversary this year and doing it in style tonight at Rideau Carleton with Odds on Platinum, capturing the filly division for catch driver Stefan Aros and trainer Dr. Ian Moore, and the Colts division of the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold, leg 2. In race 6 tonight, going to Storm Shadow for Dr. Ian Moore once again and driver Bob McClure. Congratulations to all the connections. And congratulations to sire Better's Delight. Race 9 is next with Exactor Triactor Superfecta and late double wagering. No changes in race 9, but take note if you're playing the late double in race 10, driver changes on 2 American Frontier, going from Bob McClure to Brett McDonald, and on 3 Little Manny, going from James McDonald to Ryan Guy. As we wait for the race 9 post parade, just a note of a post time adjustment coming up on Sunday, June 30th here at Rideau Carleton. It's the Race for Wishes for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So post time will be a little early, 5 p.m. next Sunday, June 3rd. Hope you can join us. It should be June 30th. And now the Race 9 Post Parade is coming out on track. These pacers are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 with allowances. Also eligible $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts. They race for a purse of $5,200. One is Raise Credit, owned by Elizabeth Adam, trained by John McMillan, and Emil Toth is in the sulky. Two is Lochaber, owned by trainer Philippe Laframboise, driven by Claude Larose. Three is Beach Roller, owned by trainer Gilbert Mercier, driven by Mike Healy. Four is current 4-5 favorite Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Five is Souffle de Vie, owned by trainer Carol Ann Mallow and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. Six is Run for the Money, owned by Renison Racing Incorporated with Scott Green, Jeff Lilly, Mark Gallant as well. Mike Armstrong does the training. Ryan Guy is in the sulky. Seven is JK LMNO, owned by trainer Gerard Vaillancourt. Pascal Berube drives. Completing this field from post 8, Always Your Way, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson, trained by Jamie Johnson, with Guy Gagnon in the sulky. That's your field for race 9. Exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late double wagering here. We're currently taking a look at 7-5 favorite Officer Jones. A consistent favorite since the windows opened for race 9. He closed in the field's co-fastest last quarter of 28-4 for show last Sunday at this track, overtaking Delco Dynamo in the stretch. He was placed second. There was a placing in that race, and looks like Jimmy Gagnon's possible choice over JK LMNO. I like the 7, JK LMNO. Pascal Berube gets the catch drive. She got away 4th from the rail here, June 13th, facing a very tough class of Rideau mares. JK LMNO was first over on the second turn and got parked first over for the remainder of the mile. It was a very game effort, and she finds class relief here. Currently 5-2, JK LMNO. Run for the Money looked very good at times last start. She sat the pocket behind Delco Dynamo early, made a late move up the inside path for place. Unfortunately, she was set back to fourth. She briefly went inside the pylons, and the judges ruled she gained an advantage. Run for the Money is a beaten 8-5 favorite, making a comeback here from post 6 at odds of 7-1 at the moment. A shout out to co-owner of Run for the Money, Jeff Lilly, watching in PEI. Very impressed by the performance of Odds on Platinum in the OSS Gold Leg 2 for the 3-year-old pacing fillies. And who wouldn't be? Very impressive effort for driver Stefan Aros and trainer Dr. Ian Moore. Glenn Pearson siding with me here from post 7, JK LMNO. We're about to find out as they go behind the gate for race 9. The pacers are lining up for race 9. 1 is Raise Credit for Emile Toth. 2, Lochaber, Claude LaRose. They need to do more to catch the field on the turn. 3, Beach Roller, Mike Healy. 4, Officer Jones, Jimmy Gagnon. 5, Souffle de Vie for Marie-Claude Auger. 6, Run for the Money, Ryan Guy. 7, JK LMNO, Pascal Berube. And 8, Always Your Way for Guy Gagnon. They're all in a line on the backstretch now for the start of race 9. And they're off and pacing with speed from the center of the pack as Marie-Claude Auger gives orders to Souffle de Vie. That one launching and matching strides with Lochaber and Claude LaRose on the inside. Thinking better and taking back to the pocket now. Souffle de Vie sits behind leader Lochaber on the first turn in an early battle that's been settled for the moment. Moving up the cones, that's Officer Jones sitting third now as they head to the quarter. Lochaber up front. 27-3, a brisk opening panel for this group. 50-1 shot. Souffle de Vie sits the pocket for Auger. Officer Jones is sitting third, half in, half out. He is followed by JK LMNO. To her inside, advancing into fourth up the cones there is Run for the Money. Further back, Beach Roller needs to do more, as does Raise Credit and Always Your Way. Now they've reached the half, 56-3. Lochaber still strong on the front end with Souffle de Vie sitting second, and Officer Jones gapping slightly. He's a couple of lengths back in third, but not going anywhere. Moving up the inside rapidly now. Run for the Money is closing the gap as she moves up fourth. Parking Officer Jones first over, and he picks up the pace with the plugs out, coming after Lochaber, who reached 3/4 unchallenged on the front end in 1:25-2. Lochaber still has to deal with Souffle de Vie in the pocket, and Officer Jones, the favorite, sputtering on the outside with the stretch ahead now. Lochaber trying to bottom out this group, but here's action on the inside. Run for the Money coming on late, and also through the center. Officer Jones has found late pace. Oh, and so has Beach Roller. That's a tight decision up for show. JK LMNO, 156-1. There's an inquiry, a driver's objection, the 1 on the 6. That's Ray's Credit and Emil Toth against 6 Run for the Money and Ryan Guy. Judges are looking into action around the quarter. Results are still unofficial. Unofficial results are posted, however, with 3 Beach Roller prevailing at odds of 4-1 for Mike Healy over 9-5 favorite number 4 Officer Jones and Jimmy Gagnon driving that one. Third 7 JK LMNO. Fourth 6 Run for the Money. However, that 4th place finisher could be affected by the ongoing inquiry, so hold all tickets. Coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. It's unofficial race 9 winner, 3 Beach Roller. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach out of Rollin' Back to Me, owned by trainer Gilbert Mercier of Gatineau, Quebec, bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock Incorporated of Wallkill, New York, and driven to victory by Mike Healy. 156-1 is a new lifetime mark for Beach Roller. Congratulations, Beach Roller and Mike Healy and Gilbert Mercier. The inquiry is ongoing about action near the opening quarter. The 1, Ray's Credit, was driven by Emil Toth, and there's a driver objection by him against the 6, Run for the Money, driven by Ryan Guy. Results remain unofficial. We're taking a look at some footage now under review by the AGCO judges concerning the inquiry. Upon review, the AGCO judges have spoken with drivers and reviewed the footage. 6, Run for the Money, finished 4th, will be placed 6th for interference near the opening quarter. The new order of finish moves Lochaber, the 2, up to 4th. The new unofficial order of finish, 3, 4, 7, 2 after the placing. And race 9 results are now official. Three, Beach Roller returns $10.10 to win. The $2 exactor 3-4 combination pays $36.20. The $1 try 3-4-7 pays $53.15, and the $1 superfecta 3-4-7-2 returns $152.40. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1, Ray's Credit, finished 6th, was placed 5th. 2, Lochaber, finished 5th, was placed 4th. 3, Beach Roller, the race winner for Mike Healy in a new lifetime best of 156.1. 4, Officer Jones was second as beaten 9-5 favorite. 5, Souffle de Vie was 7th. 6, Run for the Money, finished 4th, was placed 6th for interference. 7, J.K. Elemento finished 3rd, and 8, Always Your Way, was 8th. From the top down, your program should read 6th place 5th, 5th place 4th, 1, 2, 7, 4th place 6th, 3, 8. The fractions were 27 and 3 to the opening quarter, 56 and 3 to the half, 125 and 2 at 3/4, 156 and 1, the winning mile for Beach Roller and Mike Healy.
I'm here
more
with
race
Stefan
coming
Aros,
up.
who has just driven odds-on platinum to victory on the Ontario Sire Stakes for 3-year-old filly pacers. Stefan, how did you feel when you found out that you were going to get the drive on odds-on platinum?
Well, at first I talked with Sylvain this morning because he got hurt last night, and I was really happy. I was, I wasn't sure it was going to work out. I don't know if Mr. Moore know me, but I got the break and everything went fine, and I'm just so happy about it. And I want to thank Mr. Moore and Sylvain think about me. Thank you.
For sure, and certainly we wish Sylvain well. Now, as the race unfolded, you had one go past you when Greatness Pleasure came and overtook you. So how confident were you that you'd have that one more move in odds-on platinum rather, to go on and get the win?
Well, I don't really know the filly there, but I know, she's not really on the bit when she's in front. So Bob McClure arrived pretty fast, going to the 3/4, so we're like both alone. So she just, when she passed me, my filly just brave up and behind Bob and just went back. So just the signs of a very good filly.
For sure, and certainly the sign of a very good driver, as evidenced by the fact that you will be going to the Eastern Ontario. You will be going as the Eastern Ontario Quebec representative to the National Driving Championship at Hippodrome 3R. Donc, pour nos spectateurs, nos amateurs de course un peu partout dans la région, qu'est-ce que ça dit pour vous de représenter notre région, surtout dans notre région, comme c'est le haut du championnat?
C'est certainement une belle chose à accomplir, et ce serait encore plus beau d'accomplir de représenter le Canada le 5 juillet, mais c'est tous des bons conducteurs. On veut juste essayer d'être compétitif puis de bien nous représenter puis vous représenter.
Absolutely. So Stefan's looking forward to representing our region at the National Driving Championship, at Hippodrome 3R. And, well, certainly you've shown that you can drive with the best tonight. So congratulations, Stefan, and good luck in July at 3R.
Thank you very much.
Race 10 is coming up with Exactor Triactor, High Five Wagering. It's the last of the night. Thanks to everyone who joined us this evening. Thanks to Adam Montaugh, a good interview with the winner of the OSS Gold Leg 2 for the 3-year-old filly pacers. What a catch drive on Odds on Platinum. Race 10 might be the most competitive of the night. The post parade is coming on track. The Race 10 Post Parade is on track. Non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts or $1,300 per start in 2024. Minimum 10 starts. Also eligible $25,000 claimers. The purse, $8,500. One is Full Horse, owned by Cozen Farms, trained by Catherine Girard, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Two is American Frontier. Note the driver change from Bob McClure to Brett McDonald. American Frontier is owned and trained by Luc Loyer. Three is Little Manny, owned by Kim Ebacher with trainer Raphael Bourassa. Note the driver change from James McDonald to Ryan Guy. Four is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot. Five is current 8-5 favorite Chante, owned by Guy Corbet, trained by Maxime Vellet, and driven by Stéphane Brasseau. Six is Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bragagnolo, with trainer Yves Tassier and Lynn Bragagnolo. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. Seven is Hugh Heff, owned by Jamie Copley with Kimberly Eaton, Wayne Hutt, and the Max Webster stable, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. Completing the field from post 8, Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott, trained and driven by Brian Scott. That's your field for race 10. Exactor, triactor, and high five wagering here. The only changes are those important driver changes on the 2, American Frontier, Brett McDonald, now catch driving, and the 3, Little Manny, with Ryan Guy in the sulky. We're looking at current even money favorite, Chante from post 5. Easy to understand the popularity given his driver. Quite a night for Stéphane Brasseau. Chante is stepping down from the preferred handicap level at this track. His trainer, Maxime Vellet, was in the bike last Sunday when he finished 6th, but a fast closing 6th in a personal 152 and 3 mile, nearly equaling his own lifetime mark. Chante is now 6-5. It's a deep field, however. Robbie Robinson on the pregame show said he likes the 1, Full Horse, who paced the fastest mile of his life in Sunday's Rideau Preferred Handicap debut. He was a top pick for me that night. He got involved in an early battle with the light speed and had a late move up the inside as well, but he fell short of a win in that debut at that level. I like him here. As I said on the pregame show, though, I'd box him with the 7, Hugh Heff, who crushed from the same post at a slightly lower level last Sunday in his debut for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer, and 3, Little Manny, who took his 153 and 4 lifetime mark on September 3rd, 2023 at Rideau Carleton. He's coming in from Flamborough. The starter has called the field for race 10. Last chance tonight to play Rideau Carleton. The Pacers are lining up behind the gate. 1 is Full Horse, Jimmy Gagnon driving. 2, American Frontier for Brett McDonald. 3, Little Manny, Ryan Guy. 4, Shotgun Jerry, Stefan Pouliot. 5, Chante, Stefan Brasso. 6, Perpetual Rock, Pascal Berube. 7, Hugh Heff, Guy Gagnon. And 8, Well Worth the Wait, Brian Scott. They're on the backstretch, approaching the start for the last of the night here at Rideau Carleton. They're off and pacing and leaving well from the rail. Full Horse and Jimmy Gagnon putting the rail advantage to the test. Coming after them, American Frontier and catch driver Brett McDonald are going to settle in the pocket. Backing down from a first over bid, Little Manny and Ryan Guy now sit single file third. It's a 3-length gap back to Shotgun Jerry as the field circles in single file style past the opening quarter of 27-3 with Full Horse unchallenged on the front end at this point, leading by 2. Keeping pace from second, American Frontier. Then it's back to Little Manny third, tightening up fourth, Shotgun Jerry. A gap back to Chante in fifth. He is followed by Perpetual Rock. And then it's back to Hugh Heff and Well Worth the Wait. They're still in relatively single file order, headed to the half, led by Full Horse, 56-2. He's under siege now from Little Manny at odds of 12-1. Coming on now for catch driver Ryan Guy. He's followed on the outside by an advancing Shotgun Jerry, who's moving second over into third. Dropping back fourth on the inside, American Frontier. We've also got movement coming from the back of the field, third over, but gapping and now moving into fifth. Hugh Heff has some late pace on his inside. Chante, probably not tonight, coming fourth over from the back, Perpetual Rock, and trailing Well Worth the Wait, 123 3 3/4, but that's in the past as the battle to the wire goes on. Full Horse taking this class tonight ahead of Little Manny. Then it's 2 lengths back to third for Shotgun Jerry, followed by Hugh Heff, 151-2. Unofficial results are posted for race 10. Even money favorite number 1, Full Horse, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. Second, 3, Little Manny. Third, 4, Shotgun Jerry. Fourth, 7, Hugh Hef. And completing the high five, 2, American Frontier. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, race 10 unofficial winner, Full Horse. Full Horse is a 4-year-old, bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Lady Be Great, owned by Cozen Farms, La Prairie, Quebec, bred by Hampston Farms Incorporated of Russell, Ontario. Also credited on the breeding of Full Horse, Reg Petipov, Moncton, New Brunswick. Trainer, Catherine Gerard. Driver, Jimmy Gagnon. A quick photo after a lifetime best 151-2 victory for Full Horse. Race 10 is now official. One Full Horse returns $4.30 to win. The $2 exactor 1-3 ticket pays $38.20. The $1 try, we'll circle back to that. The $1 pick 4 ending here, 4 of 4 returns $405.75. The $1 pick 3, $57.20 for 3 of 3. 20-cent pick 5, 5 of 5 pays $168.18. The 20-cent super high 5, 13472 returns $352.34. $1 triactor 134 pays $80.85, and the $2 late double 3-1 combination returns $31.90. The race 10 rundown is now on your screens. 1 full horse, the even money winning favorite for Jimmy Gagnon. 2 American Frontier finished 5th. 3 Little Manny was 2nd. 4 Shotgun Jerry 3rd. 5 Shantae was 7th. 6 Perpetual Rock was 6th. 7 Hugh Hef was 4th. 8 Well Worth the Wait finished 8th. From the top down, your program should read 152-376-48. The fractions were 27-3 to the opening quarter, 56-3 to the half, 123-3 at 3/4, 151-2, the winning mile at a new lifetime mark for full horse. That concludes tonight's on-track festivities, celebrating the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies, gold divisions. A seasonal Canadian mark by Odds On Platinum in the filly division. A strong win in the colt division as well, with a record that was short-lived for Storm Shadow. A big congratulations to Dr. Ian Moore, Storm Shadow's driver, Bob McClure, and the catch driver on Odds On Platinum, Stefan Brasseau. What a night. Thanks to everyone who was part of it, especially the Ontario Sire Stakes program visiting Ottawa tonight. Here's to the next 50 years. Tonight's handle, $340,305. We'll be back on June 27th. That's a Thursday with a 4 p.m. post. Next Sunday, June 30th, note the post time of 5 p.m. It's Race for Wishes Day in support of the Make-A-Wish Foundation here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to everyone who joined us. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.